Bwana Alex, unaweza toa motion yako. Go ahead, we can just continue directly from where we are. Kenyan with love, hebu kwanza weka tint kidogo tukuone. Usiku umekuja hapa ukatuenjoy, unaweka tint halafu unaenda. Are you there? Unaona? Kutuenjoy. Okay, go ahead Alexia. Alexia, go ahead. Alexia, go ahead. You can just get over from father to the so unaweza comment story ya those happening, including hata hizo mabitcoin. Nasikia siku hizi watu wamegonjeshwa na hiyo kitu. By the way,
Bitcoin, I'm just concerned yangu ni moja. One of the concern yenye niko nayo ni hii story ya tax. So hii tax yenye watu wa Kenya wanalipia through thick and thin, wanafinywa mashingo, haitoshi. And what is it going to do? Inaenda kufanya kazi gani?
We need a lot of taxes, eh? Oh, Merudi. We need a lot of tax.
Ilikuwa ile side nyingine sana, sikika side zote mbili nilikuwa nafunga huko na Olara, so but
you see bwana Alexio, the only way in which you can be able to increase the redundant figure which is stolen and eaten, kama ile pesa inalipa yule mama mishahara mara tatu, yule mama anasema mshahara wake collocated mara tatu. How do you build that money without building more taxes? So the more the tax, the more the money for corruption. They are related. So if you want to be more corrupt, that's why you always see punitive governments and governments which are very corrupt. They also tax people very highly because those two things are related. They are related.
So let me ask you. Usha tax wa Kenya. Umekopa kwa banks and you are still taxing. So where do you Kenyans get money? And you want to say you want to economy yako kuna economic model ya kama Kibaki. We never saw Kibaki taxing people like that. And again, we never saw Kibaki borrowing left, right, and center kwa hizo banks. So Kenyans, they don't have a breathing space. Even those Kenyans when you are abroad, now they are coming, wanaletea watu wao zawadi. You want to pay them, to tax them? Hizo zawadi zenye wanaletea watu wa nyumbani?
Lazima watu walipia.
Because since wa Kenya wangambo
Alexio, nikuulize swali.
Yes.
Si tunakuaga na kitu inaitwa Secret Santa. So unajua Secret Santa ni nini? Saa ile kila mtu already, mimi najua ma Secret Santa wangu na mtoi wangu. Asa unataka kuniambia sasa okay, first of all, hata tusiongea hata story ya Secret Santa, tuseme 500. So kwa hivyo hata kana napeleka Secret Santa, Boxer, Trao, umekaa nyinyi wote mnajua Boxer, Trao, Alexio, don't even try to lie to anyone. From your headphones going down to your shoes, what you're wearing down there, to even the computer that you use. You want to tell me that is not $500? Usijibu, sitaki ujibu, because I know you will start laughing. So, sasa ongeza Secret Santa, naongeze kuna mama yako pia unafaa kumpelekea ka dress suit, naongeze pia kuna kazini kako amjaonana siku mingi na unajua kanapenda kofia, uweke kofia Burlington kofia ni kitu kama tuseme $70, na ongeza tu, because unajua uko na familia, you go in the, na bado kuna tule vitu twako tu na kuna watu wanapenda
vizuri. Yes,
boots
kuna watu wanapenda ma jackets.
Nyinyi mtatembea uchi bwana. Uzaka hataki mvae nguo.
Huko na picha fulani niliweka hapa siku nyingine, sijui kama naweza ipata, niweke kama overlay. Kuna jamaa I mean, it was a funny thing anyways. I don't think it was true, but maybe it might have. Ama ameingia airport akona amevaa boxer peke yake na amebeba nini suitcase. Kwanza hiyo suitcase yako suitcase yako ni ya pesa ngapi?
Ni mimi nauliza,
Ninyi wote suitcase yenyu mnanunuanga pesa ngapi suitcases kule mnaishi?
most of us tunanunua Kenya alafu tunasafiri nayo inakuwa fereni hiyo.
Okay, sawa basi, hiyo yako ya Kenya ipotee basi. Hiyo yako unanunuanga wapi? Na venye naona uko na nini, uko na lighting mzuri hapo hivyo juu, yeah, uko in a very professional place. So how much is your suitcase? If you go to, sijui kama unaendanga Walmart.
Iko karibu $120.
Kwa hivyo 500 minus 120 umebakisha ngapi?
Suitcase hawatalipisha, si suitcase imekuja. Hiyo ni paper bag ile imebeba. Suitcase ni paper bag. Suitcase ni juala. Unashikanisha? Suitcase ni juala.
No,
brother Benson anakuambia hapo hivi na kusupport, anasema maybe $120. So kwa hivyo kama suitcase ni $120, then you're left with what? Minus 500.
So let me ask you. Huyo Oga, huyo son-in-law wake huyo Oga, akitoka huko Dubai akiletea Rachel kwa hivyo itataksiwa.
There's a friend of mine aliniambia kama mjui mtu mwenye anapitiaga kwa nini, kama unajua mtu mwambia kupitisha VIP. So if you don't know anyone that anapitianga VIP, my friend, beba pesa. Na ukibeba pesa pia hiyo inataksiwa, because now even on the money side they're telling you that you cannot travel with $1,000 cash. So
$1,000 cash hiyo ni 150k. So you huwezi beba hata 500k.
No, you can't. I mean, see, you know, unachangeanga pesa pale ama unachange the next day. Like me, I always try to have $1,000 in my pocket by the time.
Si tunaenda kwa bureau, huko Tao.
Yeah, kwa bureau kwa zao ni wachipa kuliko wale wa airport. Hapo airport wana kungumuta.
Unaenda
kugongwa.
Inaitwa dafsharani ama ni gani? Kuna dafsharani?
So let me tell you. Did you see that picture ya ule mse mwenye alikuwa anaitwa
Dabshil, yeah.
Anaitwa Ndolo, somebody Ndolo. Alikuwa mtu wa UDA sana. There was atakutumia a clip, just check kwa aliitwa kwa Haman Manyora huko, he was talking. Alikuwa mtu wa UDA kabisa, akasema ametoka UDA. Akasema Ruto is not, he has just failed like his predecessor Uhuru. Mtu mwenye alifanya kazi ni Kibaki, but Ruto has failed. He doesn't take advice, he doesn't listen to anybody, and he want to tax even a dying cow. The cow has not been fed and you want to milk it. Nikasema these are the people who went. That's vile Njiro amekuwa akisema hapa kwamba those who voted for Ruto, nikakumbuka this guy is the one who campaigned and he was pushing him down the throat ya watu. I saw that clip nikasema hala.
And Alex, is it true that D has left?
I hear, nimeona hivyo, but
to which country? D has gone to which country?
No, he's left. He's exited the UDA ship.
So a right thinking person can.
No, Alexio, it's not about a right thinking person. For any person who makes short term decisions, unajua watu kama akina Ndini watu wako make short term decisions. Saa hii ameenda huko kwa Ruto kikaumana, now maybe he want to exit. So in fact, if you are a serious man in this life, you should not consider D for anything. Huyo ni mtu anaweza kuangusha kwa Lake Victoria ama anakuangusha huko Indian Ocean katikati, and you will have no rescue point.
Let me say this.
Unakumbuka ile 1 minute, unakumbuka ile ufara yake ati alikuwa na economic meetings Nyeri? Unakumbuka? Nini? Huyu mtu by the way msimhurumie sana. He is one of the engineers who built Togeges. Huyo jamaa. Huyo he is the engineer behind the Togeges revolution. That is the guy who alienda huko Nyeri ati sijui forums nini. Now what?
Let me say this before you proceed. Why has it taken him so long to leave? Because
he is a hyperkagege. He is a hyperkagege.
Hata Ruben Ndolo, huyo Ndolo anaitwa somebody, anaitwanga nani Ndolo? Hapo na jina.
Alikuanga MP, yule alikuanga MP kitambo.
No. He's just a guy, he's a political commentator anaitwa somebody.
I have to summarize these stories, Alexio. Ukikutana na mtu yeyote, a male or a female, akwambie nilipigia Ruto, start taking those people with suspicion. Wachana na ndio.
Anaitwa Benji Ndolo. Ndio nasema.
Benji Ndolo. Benji is the, but Benji was not really on Ruto's side. He's the human rights guy. Wale walikuwa napigana na nini na.
What are you saying you? Benji has.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yes. Benji Ndolo.
Dani Darius, kuna mtu ametujibu hapo. Hebu musome hiyo comment ya Dani Darius. Dani Darius anasema ni kama realignment, realignment. Nothing much has happened, so hiyo ni mshuto ya punda.
Anyway, we don't expect anything from them, whether they get transferred, whether they leave. A right thinking Kenyan cannot support Ruto. Finished. Hata kama Uhuru alikuwa na personal vendetta against Uhuru, hangeenda kwa Ruto, angekaa tu yuko. But yeye kwenda kwa Ruto ilimuonyesha kwamba is not a man of his principle. Is a man who lacks principle, and is a man who does things on emotions. Na emotions cannot take you anywhere.
Let me tell you what took D to Ruto. Najua mnakataa. We are becoming short-sighted. What took D to Ruto, D alilipwa. Unasikia?
It was bought.
Yeah. D, maybe Ruto alikuja akamwambia, wewe mzee, badala ya ukae ile pande nyingine na naona uko na njaa mingi, unataka pesa ngapi ukuje hapa utufanyie maneno ya economy? Tutakuonesha the type of economy you will do for us. Yeye anamwambia mimi hata mkinigonga 20 million mimi niko na sina shida. So D was just bought. So hiyo ni kitu tu ya kukuonesha he is not a serious person. Don't think that usifikiria ati D was there ati so because he is so much believed that Ruto is the best man to become the Kenyan president. No. And there are specific people who Ruto went at the board so that he could be able to repackage his state house bid. And the D were some of his catchment. Wale alienda akalipa. And you can see them. Kuna watu wengi sana Ruto alienda akipoach both from the government and also in opposition. Kuna watu hata kwa Azimio kwenyewe ODM, that time ODM alienda kununua watu huko. So that's what he did. So all those people were, it was about being paid. It was not about being ideology ama they believed in it. That is why we scared a D at one time alisema bottom up economy cannot work in the counties. He said that sijui ama ni Kiambu, he was even saying in Kiambu bottom up economy cannot work. So D is actually one of the person who Kenyans should not forgive because he has been used to peddle lies. And if there is somebody who I can castigate and talk against, and somebody who has been so much responsible in the building of Togege, is D. D was the engine behind building of Togege. D was among the, to my thinking, I usually take D as a propaganda machinery for Ruto. He was used so well. Even during Hitler time, we used to have the minister for propaganda. So to me, I think, and Hitler was so effective on propaganda, and D was very effective also on the propaganda, especially economy, because now people think this guy has a PhD, he is a scholar, he has schooled in some of the best universities in the world. So anything which he is telling us is bread and tea, is bread and butter, which was not true. So actually, the damages which you have seen in Mount Kenya and some of the places where people are still trying to recover from the wave of rise actually were built by D. D was the engine behind what happened towards even people disrespecting Uhuru and even people trying to do very bad things to him. Because you can remember, he is the person just before the presidential term of Uhuru ended, he is the guy actually who came to criticize what Uhuru had done and why his economy was not working. So if you look at D is the man behind this bottom-up thing, this bottom-up nationalism. He is a propaganda weapon for UDA. Good.
Now you have put him where he belongs. So whether he quits, by the way, let me just say this. Mtu yote mwenye alisupport Ruto na mwenye ako naye, whether he quits or he stays, wote tutawahang pamoja. We have had enough of them. Whether uquit leo, uquit jana, ama kesho, wewe na Ruto, you are just the same. You are still in the same boat. Nyinyi ndio mnaumiza wa Kenya na nyinyi ndio shida ya wa Kenya. Vile shida ya Kenya saa hii ni Ruto na group yake. These are the people we need to make sure we have extincted them kabisa from Kenya. So Ndi na group yake, even Benji Ndolo, I was asking myself, why take this long to realize? Mtu mwenyewe ako tu na history. Ruto hata uhitaji kuambiwa anything. You just look on when he came to politics arena in 1992. What has he done? Just look from there. Then kuja all the way mpaka mahali alikuwa akiwa deputy. Amefanyia nini wa Kenya? So a right thinking person cannot support him. Even a 1 minute, he cannot.
No, a right thinking person can support him if he is paid.
Leave alone even if pay. Hata mimi ukinipa 20 million, hata unipe 1 billion, I will not support him. Because I know this is not the future of Kenya. Hii ndio mahali Kenya inaenda kuzama. Afadhali hata nibaki na shilingi yangu 10, lakini I will never and I can never support Ruto because I know hapa ndio Kenya itaisha. Hakuna future hapo. There's no future. Yeah. Tell me one thing yenye amefanya yenye umeonyesha yenye inaonyesha kwamba inahitaji kupeleka Kenya mbele. Tell me, show me one thing. Hata kwa Eldoret.
Mimi my brother, kitu nataka tu kuuliza hiyo swali yako na nimekuwa nikiuliza watu. Please, kuna mtu anazanionyesha kitu Ruto amefungua na hizi. Okay, tuachane na taxes. Forget about the taxes.
Yes.
Let's just forget about the taxes. Tusiseme ati na tax gani na nini. Can someone show me something of originality that Ruto has done in our country? Kitu amefungua. I mean, we know nikikuuliza saizi wote, hata mpaka Harun, thank you. Nikiuliza nyote Kibaki, I know najua kule mtaenda Thika super highway 100%, hiyo najua mtakimbia huko hivyo ya kwanza hata bila kufikiria. Nikiuliza Uhuru, najua mtakimbia super highway na expressway yeah. Najua nikiuliza kitu kuhusu Raila mtasema Bagathi ama bypasses.
Bypasses, yes.
Moi najua I think Moi mtasema education na maziwa ya Nyayo. Kenyatta najua mtaniambia
handout bwana, handout ngiri 50 bwana. Wewe kwani ukukura ngiri 50? Kama ukukura ngiri 50 ya Moi bwana, Wewe ni mtoto wa jana.
Sawa.
50k at least. My school ate more money 3 times as I watched. 50,000 na macherani bwana.
Ilikuanga 50, ikiwa ndogo sana ilikuwa 20. Sasa ndogo sisi tulikuanga tunanunua mkati. 50 tulikuwa tunafanya bash. But walimu siku moja walikunywa, wakakunywa sana, wengine wakaanguka, then we decided no, there's no more bash.
Lakini sasa niwaulize.
Sasa nyinyi ndio mtapangia walimu lifestyle.
Huyu wenyu sasa, huyu watugege na wanini, huyu mwenye yuko sasa, huyu nini saizi, assuming something happened. I mean Kenyatta ruled for how long before he died?
17 years.
14. Hey, Alexio, soma history. 14 years.
From 1963 to 78.
Yeah. 14, 15.
Okay, lakini huyu ikamfanyikia kama venye nani, you know the funny thing, we need to get na nini inaitwaje, nani huu Magufuli alichapa yake haraka kama amejitoa for good. Sasa huyu saizi kitu ikamfanyikia huyu mwenye ameiba, atakumbukwa na nini?
We don't need to remember such people bwana. Hata jamaa na wakumbuki Hitler. They don't even have a day for him. Mobutu Sese. They don't have a day for. Huyu ni mtu mnasahau mkisahau ingi bwana.
Tell him like this. Even in your village, Mato, in your village, those witches are never kumbukwangi.
Akina Bokassa. Soma the history of Bokassa. So unataka kuniambia watu wa Central African Republic ama ni Chad waanzie kucelebrate siku ya Bokassa? Hawa ni watu wakiendanga wanaendanga, hata you wish you want to have the history.
Ama unaniambia pia Idi Amin alijaribu lakini alikufa peke yake?
Yes.
Do you hear the
answers?
Do you have your let me tell you, hao watu wakijifanya viongozi, they pass like a wind. Hakuna mtu wakumbuka. Watapita. Let me tell you, the agony in us, the agony in people. Hii agony inapitishwa mpaka watoto. You think even our children will give this guy a resting time? Definitely we will paint his history to our children.
Njiru na nani na my other big brother. Ebu acheni kwanza acha nifanye housekeeping hapo hivi kidogo for our small brother, the new member in the club. Nani Harun, ukinyamaza hapo kama tuko watu wanne na tumesema ni open forum, utaka hapo kama umenyamaza for so long ukingoja upewe chance, when we are tukiwa wadogo hivi, especially this open forum, what we do, we respect each other. Njiru kama anaongea I keep quiet, na Alexio kama anaongea keep quiet, na vitu kama hizo. You are always welcome to open your mic.
Mwambie tuko Kibadaski saa hii, tuko Kibadaski tunachana.
Sasa tuko ile design ya nini, tukifika watu 6 utaona kila mtu ameanza kugeuza sura. Sasa lazima nani ndio atafanya nini? Saizi hakuna moderator. Wewe ukikaa hapo umejinyamazia, utakwamia hapo peke yako, utashangaa kwa nini hao watu wanaongea peke yao. But
Kenyan with love,
what we do with this one.
Kenyan with love, but you have also to be categoric. Maybe Mr. Aaron is very busy with some issues, so maybe anatusikiliza kuna mambo anafanya.
Aaron, please join into the conversation. Ile tu mtu akiongea, ukiona msee ametoa nini, unanyamaza, yeye anamaliza. Pia ukitaka kureact una react. For now as tukifika to 6 utaona kila mtu tu ameanza kugeuka, then we'll have to mtu mmoja atamoderate. But for now tukiwa watu wanne, especially hii yetu ya jioni, tukiwa watu wanne sisi tunaongeanga, so we funguka. Sawa brother?
Nimekupata kabisa.
Sawa. Fungu unasema tutanyamaza.
Wewe can go. Arun go.
Arun anataka ka time bana. Umpe time agonge Kiswahili bana. Unataka kumpimia hapo na unajua kugonga Kiswahili wewe.
Safi. By the way, hata mimi nataka angalau kusema jambo moja kuhusu nini haswa ambacho mimi nitakumbuka. Kama tuseme William Samoei Ruto, kwa bahati mbaya hiyo ameondoka. Nitamkumbuka kwa yani jina tu Kayo, mtoza ushuru tu, yani one of the worst president ambao wameingia katika historia ya Kenya kwa kutoza watu ushuru kwa njia ya kiimla. Hiyo tu ndio kitu ambayo nitamkumbuka nacho, cause ukiangalia hata kupitia kwa promises zenye alipeana manzee, zaiona mtu mjanja kama huyu bwana. Hapana. Mr. Alexio, this guy is so cunning. Mpaka unaona wakati Wakenya wanakuambia ukweli, wanakuambia please, ongea kuhusu mambo ya mafuta, wewe as the so called president unatoroka, unawaacha baadaye uambie kuwa enyewe, yani you don't give hope, unatoroka namna hiyo. Na hapo kuna wale ambao walikupigia kura, maybe kuna Tugege, wale ambao walikuwa kwa hiyo Tugege movement walikupigia kura, unawaacha tu kwa mataa namna hiyo, then you expect maybe kama utafikisha 2027 ambayo mimi naona ni ngumu sana, cause hao Tugege wenye unaona ulitoroka, itafika mahali waseme no, enough is enough. Sasa wao wa lead kukutoa uongozini, jamaa anawaacha tu kwa mataa. That was ni kitu ambacho Mr. Njiru si kuona kama kilikuwa jambo la busara. Jamaa alitoroka vibaya sana, but ni vizuri cause nguruwe ujikaanga kwa mafuta yake mwenye mafuta yake mwenyewe. Alafu tena tunasema kuwa wakati the gods wanataka ku destroy kabisa, they always make you mad. So ndio unaona kuwa jamaa baada angesimama awape tu hata neno tu la upole tu namna hii, ndio unaona tuna miss manzee unye kando na huyo jamaa kumfinya vile alikuwa amemfinya namna hii, but alikuwa at least anatupatia ile hope ya tomorrow, but ilikuwa too late, kwa sababu unyewe wakati alienda kufunguka macho ndio alikuwa na exit. Kama unyewe angefunguka macho tu maybe mwaka wake wa kwanza wa pili, mambo ingekuwa vizuri, but hiyo wakati ndio the tourist Ruto alikuwa anatafuta mihela ya kuja maybe kuhonga ya kina Chebukati na nini. Ushaona sasa, because kutoka 2013 until 2017 manzi hakuna kitu ilitendeka pale. Jamaa ndiye alikuwa anafanya housekeeping ya kuunda nini yake ya 2022. So huyu jamaa aliharibu. Unajua yeye anasema kuwa eti uchumi ya Kenya iliharibika kutoka 2018 mpaka vile ali-exit. No, hii uchumi ya Kenya iliharibika immediately vile waliingia, vile walichukua hatamu ya uongozi, cause hiyo first term jamaa alikuwa na macho yake alikuwa ameweka, je, Chebukati nitatoa pesa wapi ya kufanya ya kumpatia mihela, ama yule mwenye atakuwa Supreme Court huyu mama hot hair Koome, nitampatia nini? So hizo ndio vitu ambazo jamaa alifanya. So uchumi yetu iliharibikia hapo mpaka huu wakati, and it is very sad hatutaukuamua huyu jamaa akiwa bado uongozini. Back to you Mr. Kenyan with love.
Harun, lakini kwa nini mliaibisha okay, sitaki kumuitia jina lakini kwa nini mliaibisha huyo jamaa Mombasa bwana?
Lazima angeaibishwa kwa sababu wewe angalia hata yule mgeni mwenye aliwapelekea pale, nini cha muhimu huyo mgeni aliwaachia? Nothing. Ilikuwa ni kutalii. So lazima wangemwambia ukweli, hata kama ndio umetuletea mgeni ashaenda. Sasa wacha na sisi tukuambie kuwa teremsha bei ya mafuta. Walimwambia the truth na unaona mtu akiambiwa ukweli uwanga unamuuma, ndio jamaa akaamua kutoroka. Mimi si kuona Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta by the way akitoroka wananchi. Huyu ndio president wa kwanza nimeona wananchi wanamwambia ukweli anatoroka. Ndio maana kuwa by the way kama ingekuwa ni mahali hiyo movement ya Tugege ilianzia wangempigia makofi, but wale walisimama kidete wakasema kuwa hakuna makofi, lazima tukuambie ukweli. Sasa ukweli wakati ulimchoma ndio tukaona jamaa akitoroka. Back to you Mr. Kenyan with love.
Kidogo nani?
Na simutugonge hiyo video bwana. Simutugonge hiyo video at least
niko
tuone.
nayo naitafuta saizi, niko nayo.
Tugonge.
Akifukuzwa na watu wa Mombasa I think nani Ruto
ilikuwa wapi?
Ilikuwa Kiemeni.
Na brother Benson ako hapa, msalimie.
Nataka kuje. Unajua brother Benson nimekuwa nikimchokoza huko kwa channel yake, analeta kwanza. Kuna siku moja nilimpandisha juu, alileta mtu yani, alafu unajua brother Benson ananijua, ananiona huko kwa comment section, asomi comment yangu hata moja, anasoma za kila mtu kwa sababu nilifikiria jamaa.
Kenyan with love.
Yes,
na tunaenda kukudemote. Unaona ile studio brother Benson yako na wewe yako uko kwa tebo na makaratasi. Uko kwa tebo na makaratasi hapo. Wewe you see what huyu ndiye atakuwa moderator huyu.
Unaona lighting yote.
Acha wewe bwana. This is the standard now. Ona brother Benson studio mic mbili pale. Wacha mchezo bwana.
Usilinganishe na watu wanatoa pesa kutoka kwa Ruto. Wanaenda huko muona, kwani huko muona State House akiwa huko hivyo anaenda dinner. Ndio anatuletea watu huko wanatusumbua akili mpaka nikasumbua kwa hiyo channel karibu aniblock. Kama angekuwa ananijua brother Benson, say the truth. Hiyo siku kama ungekuwa unanijua, ule jamaa mwenye alikuwa akitusi Raila akisema ati yeye ndio amekuwa sijui nini. Kama ungekuwa unanijua najua ungekuwa ushanitusi zile vitu nilikuwa nikiandika huko kando.
No, mimi by the way mimi siwezi kukutusi. Actually what was happening, wewe aliletwa na producer.
Wewe Kenyan with love, tafuta mic kama tukuchangie. Wacha kutuchukua ni kama ati hatuna pesa. We can changa as family. This is the standard. So bwana Benson, before you leave, tuambie model ya hizo mics, tuone vile tunaweza saidia huyu kijana bwana. Hawezi tuangusha hivi. Ati anaongea kwa simu. Ina studio.
Huyu hawa unajua sasa ndio waanzilishi, tunachukua kutoka kwao.
Lakini lazima wa upgrade hata kama ndio waanzishi, sio kukaa tu in the hippopotamus age.
Mbona mnaniingilia na venye niko na studio mzuri na muingilia hata wana mmeona mmefanya Alexio ajifiche. Wewe kwanza yako wewe unatuonesha lights. Wewe brother Benson competition hapa bwana.
Mimi ni studio by myself. Mudomo ni studio. Wewe mudomo hauna.
Brother Benson, hebu tuambie story bwana. Thank you for coming through. I actually like your show, and everybody that is watching us. If you don't know, please subscribe to Brother Benson. It's actually Brother Benson is actually just Brother Benson because I'm a subscriber, right?
Yeah, it's Brother Benson Media.
Yeah, he actually brings he really is one of those guys that actually brings the leaders, the MCAs and all those people, what they speak about. He brings the leaders that we call leaders, MCAs, and anaongea na watu wengi. And yes, saa zingine atakuudhi. Please, ukiudhika usikue kama mimi. Nilienda nikawasha moto huko nikaanza kutusi mwenye amekuja. Sasa brother Benson unatufanyia nini? Huu ni nani umetuletea? But it's good to watch and actually listen, because he listens to them, even though I know he doesn't stand for what they're talking about. Yeah. But please subscribe to Brother Benson's channel. He does it, and he's our sister channel or brother channel. because ni brother, so ni wetu pia, yeye pia ni part of us. So everybody tafadhali endeni muangalie brother Benson, and you will find the MCAs out there, especially in the Luo Nyanza side. He's really concentrated on that side so that people can understand what is happening there. There's some MCAs that do not believe in Baba's leadership, like the one mwenye nilikuwa na Tusi.
Actually, if you look at the one that we really hosted, if you look at his history well, actually was a ODM member during the time of Awiti. His brother died, then he was given the ticket for ODM. Then from there he left. He went to PDP, and you know, with the coming of UDA. By the way, there's something that if you look at what is happening right now with the registration of the UDA, I think in Kisumu, I think Homa Bay might be leading with almost like 91,000. Kisumu is at 51, I think, and CI is at 50 something. I'm monitoring on how they do their registration, you know. So I will also, you know, on how they are doing it, and you know, so there's so many things that will be coming, you know.
And brother Benson, I really like that, because one of the things is that people who know me around here, sometimes I bring even the charts, because I try to do the math like you do in the math. If you do your math in the Nyanza area, largely, and you give us that, and then maybe Njiru does the number, I mean the the Tugege area. I'm attacking Njiru. I'm attacking Njiru specifically. Our viewers, I'm attacking Njiru specifically because he's my friend. So if even him, he comes with the central, and then maybe
brilliant people don't get amused. So mimi siwezi kasirika na kuangalia tu, hata ukiniattack because najua uko down, ni attack vizuri.
And then me, I come with the math also from the Ukambani, and where the people are, the statistics, and you know, even Alexio comes with his. Then we can look in even Haron, the coast. Then if we have those statistics of where the country is, maybe at least we can do it statistically. The reason
I will give you one for UDA, because like there's one guy who is following up on it through in party registrar office, the number of them, the people they've registered, and I will give you the full numbers.
Okay, anyway, this is an open forum, everybody speaks, but I wanted to see if you can give us just what you've, I mean, with your channel, what you've thought, what you feel. I know it's gonna be biased a little bit because it's mostly Nyanza, but I know you also get other people from other areas. What is, according to you, as someone that runs a channel that is Kenya based, what are you getting from Kenyans? Can you just give us an update of what are you getting? Because some of us live outside, but we are very involved in the local politics. But you, as person that is there, what are you getting from?
Okay, from based on the leaders that I've interviewed, especially the one in politics, there are various reasons, ranging from the leadership in terms of democratic space in some of the political parties, or in the areas that they are coming from, they are at, you know. And for instance, I've interviewed almost like around four majority of leaders who went to the polls as independent, and right now they are back to ODM. And the reason why they left during those times, because they felt that they were not given space to express themselves. There was that mistrust between them and some party officials, you know. But in them, they subscribe to ODM, but due to the fact that that space is not there for them, so they rather go independent, but right now, as we speak, they are back. That is one. Another thing that I also learned, or I come to know, is the electorate themselves. They don't know what the political processes. What are the political process in terms of, let's say, for instance, we are in the party nomination, and if you are in the party nomination, the best candidate has won, and when it comes to issuing of the certificate, it's given to maybe somebody who has somebody they've not seen, or somebody that's never been there. So instead of pressurizing the party due to the fact that they are members, they do not do that, So they end up getting leaders who do not have the real challenges that they are going through. There was one case whereby there's a leader that I will not mention, who the supporters were saying, based on his background in terms of education, he did not even know how to write his name, or write something. So they were asking, how is he going to legislate, So those are kind of the things that they are facing. And also now we need political awareness, the ideology, that ideology whereby that we know this is ODM, and what does ODM stands for? What does it stand for? This is our ideology, and this is what we are pushing. And that's why you find the majority of leaders, I might say, who came to ODM and left, they did not share the aspiration of ODM, but they came, maybe they funded some campaigns and they were likely accepted, but in the real sense, they were not sharing the aspiration. But due to the fact that the ODM had a fan base, so because of that fan base, they were able to be propelled to the leadership. And once they are in the leadership, they decided maybe now they're not in ODM. And because the political processes when it comes to maybe even termination of somebody from the party, you know how it takes. And you've seen the experiences, starting from, for instance, I just want to talk about ODM. When you talk about Aisha Jumia, when he disagreed with Baba, they went to court and she served for the longest time. I came again about the president right now. When he was in Jubilee, he was doing the policies and championing the policies of UDA. And, so because like most of them know the processes in the court, so they decide to do that way, knowing very well that it will take them 4 years battling it in court. By the end of the day, or by the end of 4 years, it's done. So that is some of the things that I might say about the party ideology, the space for the young people to participate. And I think those ones are the things that I'm
So
getting.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
After you've been with this, especially, I mean, you're with the real leaders who are elected there, and that's the people that you bring in your channel.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, when you talk about this thing of we'll go to court, just like Jalango was talking to Mwakideo and said, hii kitu tutapelekana mpaka mpaka nimalize term yangu. So now, once the term is over, this is a question I've been waiting for you. Thank God that you're here. What do they say? Once the term is over, is the case over?
It depends with particular individual. For instance, when you look at, I might talk of the ones that maybe are working with the government currently. Maybe they have the view that I might lose next time when we go for election, and they're having this notion, or they're convinced like the UDA government might come into power. Even if they lose the election, they are sure of being appointed, to the government, or based on what we know, because like for you to come to the to work with the government, it is always said, and is that something that is always there in the public domain, that for you to come, there's some cash or some exchange of money that has to be taken. So which means you are sorted already. You know, even if I don't go, I don't qualify next time, I'm good. I have the money. The money that I was given was enabled me to buy a plot somewhere or put up a plot somewhere, and this one would be generating my income, you know. So that's how they're looking at it.
Judicially, there's a case already.
Mhm.
Is that case over just because you've completed your 5 years? Alexio, please help me in questioning. Ujamaa ameongea na almost what I mean from MCAs. I wish, I don't know if you are a subscriber. Nisaidie pia kuuliza hizi maswali because these are some questions I've wanted
Okay,
to ask.
before you bring Alexio, si niuliza huyu jamaa kitu kidogo tu. Why do you just I don't know, maybe largely nimesikia you are concentrating with the MCAs because most MCAs maybe they are concerned with the grassroots leadership or so. Do you at this time, at this particular time, do you think you are going to increase your catchment to more serious? Because do you think you can interview governors, or that catchment is to what extent do you want, or you want to concentrate with the devolution? Because most of the time MCAs concentrate with devolution. So is your concern on devolution or national interest? How do you want to build up on that space? Because I think also in terms of national, because an MCA doesn't have capacity to handle national matters, they will largely become more local.
Yeah.
How do you want to handle that space of becoming more national?
Brother Benson, kidogo. Okay, so now guys, we are turning into the serious talk, because we have a lot to get from Benson. Benson, yeah, I want you to answer everybody's question.
Yes, no problem.
Including mine, don't forget mine. Alafu pia huo mwenye amekuuliza. And then let's just actually now let's be serious tucheze sasa kaa sisi sasa. Let's ask Brother Benson, because he's actually interacted with a lot of MCAs. Whatever serious governance questions that you have, I think it's good to start from Brother Benson because he actually interacts with them, asks them, and brings them to the show. And maybe he can open up some things. So kama kuna mtu ako na maswali, tafadhali tuende mtaratara. Does that make sense? If anybody has a question, I think now you have 2 questions from me, and then you have from Jiru, and then I know Alexia is gonna want to ask you something, and Mami naona pia amekuja. So I think Benson, we're gonna be asking you a lot of questions. You might want to get a pen and paper.
Okay, let me get my pen ready, so then I can answer those. Do I really? Yes, I think my pen is here. Okay. What? Let somebody talk. I'm still looking for my pen.
All right.
Wacha mama aongee kwanza.
Mami, kuja haraka lakini tuko na
No,
mjadala
Alex,
leo na Brother Benson.
you wanted also to tell Alexio to say something. Maybe
Yeah.
Let Alexia talk.
See, I'm waiting for Brother Benson to get the paper,
Okay.
because I know Alexia has a question.
Mine is just about devolution. Why is devolution not working 10 years down the line? What are these MCS saying? Is it that they don't know their work? Or where is the problem? Because 10 years down the line, mtoto wa miaka 10 ni mtoto mkubwa sana. Ako class, anafaa kwe class gapi? Class
yeah, in Masai community and some other communities wanatayarisha kuolewa.
Yes.
Hata kuna watu wanakula school fees waolewe.
Where class 1 ni miaka 7.
So see 10 years ni 13 years because we yes, around 11 years, okay?
Around de mkubwa.
Yes. Why is it that devolution is not working? Is it that MCS, they don't know their work? And why are they allowing President anakuja na launch projects za county when they know very well how they will contribute, and they debated about it, wakatoa hiyo mradi wakasema, why do they allow that? Let them pass the laws that even in those MCAs that county projects zikuwe ni county project, not the national government inakuja kuongelesha. Can we, yeah, that's some my.
Okay. About devolution, one thing that I came to learn about devolution is one. You know, most of the leaders that are elected, especially, I'm giving you a typical example because I've dwelt so much in Kisumu County. It's one, there is what we call the check and balances. For instance, if you take, for example, like the Luo nation, they have one government, and this government is about the ODM is the government. When it comes to county government, there's no opposition, yeah? And if there's any processes that is taking place, and even it is violated, you know, the MPs cannot stand for it, because if you stand against it.
Brother Benson, with all due respect, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
As you continue, I hope
Mhm.
Umeandika, I don't want to make you lose your chain of thought. At the end of it, can you tell us what are the pro-government versus the against the government, which I'm talking about? What is that? Opposition nanini? Or I mean the structure of the MCAs that you know from especially Luo Nyanza. If you want to concentrate on Kisumu, that's fine. But if you can concentrate on whatever you're comfortable with, just give us a statistical analysis of at least even one area and tell us, hey, at this place there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of this side, 1, 2, 3, 4 of that side, and these are the repercussions of it. Okay,
for instance, I want to give you a typical example, but I will not give you statistics, because when we are talking to these leaders, I tend to ask for service delivery and how do they make sure that the people the voters that they represent are getting services, yeah. Especially, I can give you a Kisumu. Kisumu is doing good in terms of legislation, even and providing of services, you know, as compared to other Luo nation counties, followed by Gladys Wanga, Homa Bay. Homa Bay is doing good. If you compare Homa Bay when the last government of Homa Bay, headed by Cyprian Awiti, and the one that's Wanga. Wanga has really done so much, you know. But now when we come to governance, yeah, whereby we are talking of a county, especially a county whereby we have one party county, you know, it becomes very difficult to kind of put that government on check, yeah, because there's no opposition, yeah. There's nobody to put that government on check. Even if they violate or there's anything wrong in the county, maybe they're doing budgets, nobody can oppose that due to the fact that it is one government. And again, it depends with a strong party. The party is like, that is his fan base. I mean, like, all the fan base. So when you try to oppose, they might see you as working against the government. And this one was happened. If you go and watch my interview that I did with one MCA who was talking about it, it is not all about the people. The first thing that you have is the party. You have, first of all, to go with the party, then other thing will follow. Which, to me, I told him that is not right, because immediately you are elected to be an MCA. When you take that oath, you become state officer. You no longer serve the interests of the party. First of all, you have to make sure that the people that elected you get the services, you know. Yeah. So like for Rao, I can give you a typical example. Rao, right now in Siaya, you remember there was this case of Oduol and the governor that went to the Senate. Yeah. And right now, if you look again in Siaya is in trouble because there's an organization, the Human Rights Defender in organization, that is, they want to collect signatures and take it to the national government so that Siaya can be dissolved. And one of the reasons they are saying is because the service delivery is not good. There's a misuse of public funds, you know. So, and you cannot question this. The reason being, there's no opposition. So it's only the human rights. They're the people who can question that. So it's become also very difficult for them because when they start to collect these signatures with the goodwill that they want the governance of the county, but the people, the majority, the section of majority maybe of CIA feel like, okay, these people are working against the government. They are working, you know. So it's become very difficult, you know. But I cannot tell you the exact number that I have, like this is what is happening.
Okay, so you see, the reason I brought that question up is so that I can bring Mami. I think she has a question, and I know Alex is also going to have a question, is because the counties are a reflection of our country. Being serious, right?
Mhm.
Is a reflection of what exactly is out there,
Mhm.
you know. So we especially you having dealt, dove so much into that. That's why we were asking you this hard question, and don't feel bad about when
No,
we're asking you these
I,
questions.
you know what is happening again, you know. I cannot feel bad because this is a learning process, you know. Not everybody knows about everything.
Right.
If you look, there was a time I was talking also with one, I think he was like also one of the leaders, but you find there's what we call the public participation even in the county, yeah, whereby if there is a road that is under construction with the county, the public has to know that this road is constructed, is going to be constructed. The contractor must be known. The money that is spent must be known, and how long it's going to be constructed, you know. But when you come to the county, such like public participation is not there, you know. You don't know even what allocation or the kind of money was put in that project because
Yeah.
there's no public participation. And what is
There's
not,
a lot of noise. Kamwene, please.
oh,
I'm
so
sorry.
yeah, so it is all about that awareness so that the public would know what their government should offer, and it's not there. So since maybe the leaders know the weakness of the electorate, they don't do that. So that's why even like it's failing. And just to answer Alexia, he talked about the devolution is not working. The devolution is not working in that when you come to county assembly, one of the things also we realize when there's a new government, like right now, let's say like I want to give example. You find like there was a government of Ranguma, you know, he had some projects that he did, yeah, and some of these projects, they were halfway paid, you know, to the contractor, you know. And when they're halfway paid, the contractor left the site, you know, and the money was already allocated on these projects. So when the new government comes in, you find like these projects, some of them, they don't continue with them. And that one tells you all that money is gone, you know. So that's why kind of like devolution is not working.
Okay. So I guess where I'm going is that because I think it's a good case study that we have here with you, having spoken to people from that area, because that area is mostly, there's a stereotype of you know, Kisumu, Nyanza, Luo Nyanza is basically Raila stronghold, everything. I mean, there's no opposition there in whatever, right?
Yeah.
That is basically, I mean, is what Kina Mama Mary tell us. I know Mama Mary, I know Mama Mary will not get mad at that, but she knows what I'm talking about. You know, people in Central will say, "Ukienda huko Kisumu huyo tu ni Raila, nini, he's doing whatever." But okay, yes. So now this is a good case study, and good thing that we have you here now to go actually through our civil education, because right there you have people that actually, yes, it's a stronghold. You can't say anything against Raila, but we have the small hapa wanachomoka. That's why I was asking you for the numbers, but you answered very well that you didn't have the numbers of how many that are not in ODM and made it. But that's fine. We don't want to go into that. But the material part of it, we want to see. And as I bring Mama Mary to ask you, then we circle back to Kamwene. When you talk to these people, taking Luo Nyanza as a case study of where there's a dominance of Baba, like the guy was saying in that thing, and he wasn't very good about Baba, but that's
Yes.
fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
Yeah. When you look at that having that dominance, and when you talk to them, what do you feel that actually makes them wanna, especially that guy? I'm very interested to know, why would that guy feel something is out of the ordinary that now he wants to jump ship and convince people that now we are not going to follow Baba. We're going to follow this way because he was telling you that I'm going to the government. We're going to follow the government because Baba is always lost. Baba is always whatever. No, we need to be with the government and all that. Does that go to our constitution? And what you and just concentrate? Don't look at the whole country. Concentrate on that area where there's a dominance of one person. Is it the constitution that the Luo Nyanza is following, or is it the dominance of it? And once you finish answering that, I'm not going to talk again. I'm going to let Mami, you go right next after that. And then after that, I want Kamwene to come in, and then Alexio. I'm going to keep quiet so that I don't look like I'm dominating the whole conversation. But I want us to really talk with Benson because he's been with these people, and we are taking Luo Nyanza as a case study of our country.
Okay. What I want to tell you, if you look at the history of Luo Nyanza, yeah, Luo Nyanza has always have what is happening right now. Look at the case when Jaramogi was there. Jaramogi was in opposition, and Wakinouko and Rob Tomboya were in government. But one thing that is quite much clear about during those times and during this time, during those times they had respect for one another. There were no insults. That is one thing that is there. Then when you come and you want to say we are moving, it depends, because like everybody has what we call democratic right, and as times goes, somebody has a different opinion on the kind of leadership that they want, so everybody has a right to differ, yeah, with the right honorable prime minister. That is about their right, and I cannot kind of like specify that you are differing with the prime minister because of its dominance or what. But look at the history. All the politicians who have come from Luo Nyanza, majority of them, 99%, their political career started with Raila Odinga. That is something that people tend to forget. Yeah, it is maybe somebody is feeling like now I can chart my own ways and create my organic fan base so that I can challenge Baba. But I think, to me, it will take time. It will take time based on even the nature of our national politics. The nature of our national politics is a tribal, and that is something that we also have to agree on. Yeah, because look at even how the coalitions are formed. The coalitions are not formed because they share the same ideology. They are formed because how many numbers can you bring on the table? You know, that is how it is formed. And that's why, as compared to other countries, when we are talking about Kenya, what do you have for our people? No any other leader during campaign will say, what do you have for Kenyans? It's what do you have? Our people will always come first. So when somebody decides to feel like, oh, I cannot be in the sphere of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, you know, that is his own view, personal view. Yeah, that I feel now I cannot be with also subscribe to the ideologies and the ideas of Baba. You know, this I cannot say that there's a specific thing that is driving them out, because it has always been in the Luo Nyanza. There are those who have been in the government. They're not the first people to be working with the government, yet they've been opposition. So I usually see it as a normal thing. The only difference is some of them right now, they do not have that respect of leadership, you know, whereby I respect your ideology, we insult one another. Those in the ODM will insult them also, they will insult one another. That's how I feel.
Okay, thank you. Mami?
Thank you. I say hi to Alexio. I haven't seen you today. Benson. I was with Mato, and I think I was with the Kamwene. Yes, Benson, I haven't met you, and I'm happy to hear all what you are telling us, because you really make us understand how things are and how they go. Previously, you have talked about ODM members who have gone to court so that they can keep their position as they have moved to a different destination. My question is, these guys have taken the case to court, and as you narrated, you said that this case will be back and forth until their term is over. Do you think there is someone who is stonewalling these cases in court? Because why I am asking that, when you look at the case of LGBTQ, it never took long. It was ruled on the favor of it. When we had this finance bill, the killer bill, it was ruled within a very short time. But these jambazis, they will keep on back and forth in court. What is the problem that these cases of politicians cannot be ruled as quickly as possible, so that even wananchi wale waliwachagua at least wawe na breather ya kufikiria ni nani tunaweza chukua mwingine, kwa sababu hawa wametusinya? So that is my question, Benson, and I would be very happy to listen to you. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much. When you talk about that, and that is what I was discussing, what we call the political sanity, or the party ideology and party views, you know, and how it plays in Kenya. And I gave a brief history of how it was. Look at, for example, you remember Aisha Jumwa was a strong member of ODM. But when he started to work with the president, then he was deputy president, which means now you are pushing for agenda for another party. Yeah, it is required, even you as a normal person, as a leader, because like you feel like where you are at, you cannot subscribe to the ideology of that particular party. It is required of you as a leader to say, okay, I'm resigning and I'm supporting this. So the reason why they take too long in the court, it is because of the history, how it has always been handled, you know, how it has always been handled. Because they don't take decisive. I don't know, it's because of a system, because it's not going to happen even in this, even during
But Brother Benson, you lost me on that one, because I think the judicial system is a different entity. So if I have a history of beating my wife, should my case take too much because I beat her yesterday?
But you know, Mato, I'm just talking out of what we've studied and how it has always been. You know, look at for the case. I want to give you a case scenario. Look at the case, a perfect case. I want to give you for Aisha Jumo, yeah, and how it happened. They went to court, and when they went to court, actually the court, she won the case. Remember, and came then the perfect example, the one now, the deputy then now is the president. He was in Jubilee and the same time pushing for the ideology of UDA, you know, yeah, and nobody even thought of taking him to court, you know. So when it comes to political processes in Kenya, especially with sanity in our politics, I think it is the cartel. Maybe the judiciary is playing those cases, somebody's behind them, you know, because why should you, if Mato, I feel that I'm with you right now, we share the same vision or the same ideology, then tomorrow I feel like I cannot, I'm not subscribing to your ideology. What is the best way? I run away from you and go somewhere, associate with people who I might be sharing this now, the new ideology. Yeah. So as a member of political party, if you know that this is ODM and these are the ideologies of ODM, and now I feel like ODM is, or Jubilee or whatever party, it is one, as a leader, you are required as a leader to resign and go back. You don't even wait to go to court. But why do they have to go to court if you know what you're doing is right?
So like the MCA that you were interrogating the other time, not interrogating, I mean the one that you had in your channel, he was an ODM guy, right?
Yeah, he was in an ODM guy is it in 2013, 2017? Actually, the brother was the MCA. Yeah.
And I think he said that the brother died. Then he tried to get the certificate, akanyimwa.
No, he by the way, if you look at it very well, even the Baba went to the funeral, you know, Baba fought for him. That's what we know, you know. And when it came to 2017, he went to PDP, you know. And I think maybe he went to PDP because his ideology and the one for ODM were not, you know, now he was subscribing to another party. So after that, he went to UDA, you know.
Okay. So, I have a lot of questions about that, but I think, Mami, are you comfortable with the answer that you've gotten? Ama uko na kitu, because I want to bring Alexio.
This idea of ideology, I can create it anytime because I want to shift from one place to the other. This ideology is not about that you look like you are blue while you are white, or you are red while you are black. These are things that I feel people just tend to have a feeling of just moving to the other side, because it's not about ideology. It's not about ideology, because when you are having ideology in the beginning, it was not about yourself. It's about the people that elected you, what you represent for them, if I'm not wrong. But when you move from one party to the other, that means the ideology is only you. You are moving from one place to the other, not the people that elected you. So I fail to understand this ideology. When does it come? after you have been elected, is that when the ideology come to go to shift, to shift to another party? So these people, they are playing games on a electorate, meaning that they don't care who elected them. So they start now meandering all over. So I feel whatever ideology they may say that I believe this ideology is better than what I had before, it's just a game that they are playing. And it is a very bad thing because it makes backwardness of the country, because ideology ile ulichaguliwa nayo ukiendesha uendelee nayo, si ati ni ugonjwa. It is something that really had to work with the people that elected you. So I feel to understand which kind of ideology, Benson, these people have after they have been elected. I
Okay.
feel so
Basically,
Martha,
Benson.
let me side here Kenyan Mandamano. There's one thing here. There's a party ideology and somebody's ideology, you know. And when you're running for an elective seat, you sit down by yourselves and say, there's this party that I feel share the same vision that I share. Like, for instance, ODM usually stands for devolution. That is like some of its pillars, yeah? And bringing resources closer to people, you know. That is party ideology. That is the idea of the party. That is what the party stands for. And you as a person, that's why you say, I stand, or that is the reason why I admire Baba. There's something that you admire Baba that attracted you to him. Yeah. So the very moment you feel like now you don't want to work with him, so the very moment you fail to work with him and say you are going to another party, which means that which was attracting you to him is no longer a substance in you. So maybe you are going to that party that believes on economy ya watu wa chini kutoka juu. Unaona? Sasa hapo unaona ni mzuri. So ukienda huko inafaa ujiuzulu huku uende test the waters with your electorate. And that is what some of the members of the parliament are not doing.
And my brother Benson, I think
Thank you.
I think I want to also add on to that real quick, as we bring in Alexio. You see, Mami asked something very, very, very hidden and canny, because Benson, am I supposed to choose who to lean on, where to lean on, before or after elections? I think that's where Mami also the mind is, because mimi nikikuja hapa hivi, right? I'm a moderator. Alexio here is a moderator. Am I supposed to now change per the rules of the game after I've become the moderator by the fact that you, Brother Benson, you, Mami, and the people in the comment section said Mato is a good moderator, Mato can moderate. Now, am I supposed now to choose my things, to change after I've already gotten it, or am I supposed to change them before I get there? I think that is what Mami was going, but I want Alexio to come in. Kamwene will come back, because I know he also had Kamwene. Oh, he's back. He's there. He can put himself in, because I know he will be back in haraka haraka. Najua na kungoja. Anangoja kukukula. Huyo ni mubaya. Haya, Alexio. Chapa ilale.
Let me say one thing. Just one. Benson.
Yeah.
Don't you think there is a lot of hypocrisy in this thing that we are going through? That's all.
Ma'am, let me tell you one thing. And it is everywhere, you know, especially when it comes to the political field or the political scape, you know. The hypocrisy is everywhere. Because I just bringing you to about our country. Our country, even right now, the leaders that we have. Most of our leaders, sometimes from few of them, but from both sides, they don't take the interest of the people, the interest of Kenyan people at heart. You know, their loyalty is to their masters, then the country or the people they serve will come second. And this has always been seen everywhere. And I want to give you a perfect example whereby you can see the real Kenyan, the Kenyaism that the Kenyan, real Kenya have. Take a typical example when a Kenyan wins Olympic marathon. I'm a Faith Kipyegon. What do you see on Twitter? Or what our leaders are tweeting? Everybody's tweeting, and all of them are tweeting. No, there's no political affiliation. When there's a disaster in Kenya, all Kenyans from walks of life, they don't look at you're coming from this tribe, you're from this tribe. They talk together. But when it comes to politics, that's where we differ. I know we might differ in ideology, but it should not be to an extent whereby it becomes very violent and insulting. Why is that one so? It is hypocrisy that is there. So in politics, those are some of the things that you have to meet. You know, like especially in Kenyan politics, if you are very keen enough in Kenyan politics, and I think Lee Njiru said something that was very crucial, especially about when he talked about David Ndii to work for DP. I think people like David Ndii, Benji, the people that we as the society of Kenya, we were seeing that these are very elite. Yeah. They were just packaged to attract so many people to come. Maybe at the expenses, something might have exchanged hands based on even like the stand of David Ndii prior. Because we knew him as he's usually like somebody who had an independent opinion, who could not do that, you know. But when things turns around, it came. Look at the Mzee Atuoli, what Atuoli was, and now who is Atuoli, you know. You see, if you see that cycle, so it's only very few people or very few Kenyans who will always stand for Kenya. You know, most of the leaders will not. They will first of all check the interests of themselves, then Kenya will come second.
Okay, let's hear from
Thank
Alexio. And by the way, Kamwene, have you Alexio umeuliza before Kamwene ama who's who between both of you?
Let me ask something.
Yeah.
Yeah. About the idea of you're saying like the counties of Luo, Nyanza, like Kisumu, MCS cannot perform their duty because they've been backed by the party. I kind of disagree with you on that one. Because what we know is there are three main roles of parliamentarian, be it at a national level and county level. They are supposed to legislate, represent, and oversight. They are not executive. So they are supposed to oversight the executive.
Yes.
Yes, and come up with laws. So I fail to understand why are they not doing their work.
I'm not saying they're not doing their work, but I was giving a typical example.
Brother Benson?
Yeah?
Can you write that down? I also
yes, just write.
Yeah,
just write it down.
Yeah.
Did you have another one, Nani?
Yes. MCS, they are supposed to do their work according to the constitution. It doesn't matter you are on which part. And this idea of saying we need to have an opposition so that the government can work, it should stop. Because all the parliamentarians, they are supposed to do their work oversight. Okay?
Yes.
They are supposed to oversight. Not that we are in opposition so tupinge ama tufanye nini. Mambo ya opposition na serikali haiko kwa hii katiba. Hii ni vitu yenye Ruto anajaribu kurudisha.
Okay.
But all MPs are supposed to oversight the government.
Okay.
One. Okay. The other thing is about the MPs. The MPs are just those who are working with the government. Tell me ni maendeleo gani yenye inaendelea Rift Valley sai? Wale Waluo Nyanza wenye wanataka kwenda kwa government. Ni maendeleo gani yenye inaendelea Rift Valley sai? Yenye mtu wako kwa parliament, yenye Rift Valley inapewa, yenye Luo Nyanza haipewi. Ni nini?
Okay.
So hii idea ya going to the government, it's not here nor there. Ni mastomach zao, matumbo zao wanapeleka huko. And again, the other thing I want to say is hii tabia mbaya ama hii misbehavior yenye MPs wako nao, wale wenye wanaenda kwa bunge, wenye wana cross over to the other side, it's just lack of morals and bad manners. Let me send you back in 1992. Just listen to this statement. In 1992, we had MPs, opposition MPs included Javan Onami, Benjamin Magwagwa, Tom Obondo, and Japhet Samala. Okay? They defected from opposition and joined KANU. Out of those four, in 1994, out of those four, it's only the Obondo, Tom Obondo, who was defeated. Yes, who was defeated by his party. I think it was for Kenya. He was defeated. He tried to cross to KANU and he went to the by-election. He was defeated in the by-election. But the others went through the by-election. Can we just do the honorable thing? If you don't disagree with this party, just resign, go to the parliament, write the letter to the speaker, and resign, do the honorable thing, and then go. There's no need of going to the court. For what? You have disagreed with this party. Cross over. Now follow the due process. Let's just tell them, follow the due process. Let's not bembeleza out. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Nani, sorry. Kuna vitu tu mbili nataka kufanya because my time is running. Umeandika hizo?
Yeah.
Okay, sawa. I want Nani akuulize Kamwene, and then you answer both of them at the same time. And then after that, Alexio, please, because here in about 20 minutes, I think it will take more than 20 minutes by the time he answers both of you, because I also want to hear what Nani Kamwene has to ask. Benson, to andika tu chini utawa reply wote. And then eventually after that, Alexio, as I leave in about 20 minutes, one thing I want is that I also want you guys to take, I will be listening from the back. I mean, kama sijui kana nazengia kwa simu, lakini kama nitaza naweza, but
even me, I'm going in 20 minutes.
Okay, Kamwene is here. I also want to hear what Benson has for himself, you know, his own self, for what is happening, because we've been just asking him from what his experience is. And I wish you could stay na Kamwene anyway. I wish Kamwene will stay too, but eventually I would really want to hear his own mind, atuambie akili yake. I'll figure that out, but I think you guys are here. Kamwene, patia Benson maswali zako, nione kama tunaweza mgoja tusikie mpaka ajibu zote.
Yeah, I had initially asked him something, sijui ni kama hakunipata ama ni aje. I did not hear. So maybe before I ask question, maybe in 30 seconds, can I get the reason why are you only concentrating with the MCAs alone? Why are you only in the county government? Don't you think the national politics matter?
Yeah, the national politics matters, and we are not concentrating on MCA alone. Is that like most of the invites we've been sending out, we've only been getting response from the MCAs, you know. But we are working on getting more leaders and share their views and what they think. You know, that is the main reason. You know, just to share their views. You know.
Yeah, I think this is what I will say, Bwana. Although I want to add value to what you do. You know, in Kenya, we have an assumption that if you are elected, you are a leader, and your brain is functioning properly.
Yeah.
We can take notes from you. I think this is the high time you people, you need to start pairing this unthinking politicians, because to me, I believe they are not thinking, majority of them. You pair these unthinking politicians with the normal human beings, with the normal citizens. Kuana, like if, when you are interviewing MCA from Ukwara. I'm trying to imagine there's a place called Ukwara. If you are trying to look for somebody who look for a mature person, he must not be an elected leader, somebody who comes from Ukwala or another place there in, who can be able to challenge this person from electoral and citizen point of view. Because this there is a problem I've seen with the Kenyans and with the Kenyan media. They only interview politicians, and some of us, when we listen, when these politicians are being interviewed, we see hollow people with nothing. It's only atusemi ati sisi ni werevu sana, but we have grown to the level whereby we can judge political lies to the extent we can even challenge Zakayo, for your information. It's only that normal citizens have not been given that platform. Na ukijaribu kuuliza Zakayo swali, anaanzia kukuuliza vile jamaa ya bodaboda, yule jamaa ya bodaboda. Nani unauliza swali wewe? Unakumbuka yule jamaa ya bodaboda? Unaniuliza kama nani? Because our leaders have optimized. That was a point. Question. According to you and the interaction which you have interacted with MCAs and other people, do you see future in Kenyan leader? Can you give me an analysis of all those people? Not an analysis, give me a summary. Is Kenya in the right direction based on all those people who you have interviewed? Are they serious people? Are they hollow people? Are they people with value? Are they people who can be relied on to make policies for Kenya? How are they, like, are they good? Is Kenyan politics healthy? Because now you can judge based on that. I want to hear from that. Then number two, can I know from you, all these people, they are talking to you about devolution, now they want to help their people na vile wanafanya. According to you, do you think the common mwananchi is benefiting from the new constitution which he voted in 2010? Do you think this constitution is helping people? Do you think Kenyans are getting what they need to get? Are there deficits? And what are the bottlenecks which these leaders are telling you? Which are the main challenges which they think are impeding them from doing what they are supposed to do, either personal or from documentation? I want to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. As you come in, Brother Benson, I'm gonna come on, you got it. Utafunga, but I'm listening from the other side because I have to travel and I'll be listening. I'll be on my side. But let me just ladies and gentlemen, this is Sound Candy Talk. Tafadhali nishaweka huko hivyo, and Kamwene is here. Alexia is also here. Brother Benson is going to be answering some questions on the comment section. Sijaona mtu ameuliza swali, amekuuliza. I think there was a comment from Danny Darius. I can't see where it is. I wanted to say it, but I didn't want to get in between the conversation. So this is Sound Candy Talk. This has been your host, Mato. For me, I'll be checking out because of things that we have to do. Lazima twende tutafute tax za airport. And I need to get some numbers from from our neighboring countries so that I can travel to our neighboring countries and then come in with a bus or a taxi. It's been nice. Asanteni watu wa comment section. Tupatane badai. Anything, Kamwene is here, Alexia is here, and I'll be seeing you guys later. I'm still in the back as Brother Benson is, answering those questions. And Brother Benson, at the end of it, once you answer those questions, mimi utanifanyia tu favor moja ndio naomba. uniambie what you think, what is in your mind after all listening with that. Where do you feel? Because when I saw you talking to that MCA, I was looking at you and I was like, seriously, why can't you hold him accountable? And that's why I was so furious on the
I
comment
saw that.
section.
I
Yeah.
saw that.
Why can't you hold him accountable? Why is he talking and calling? And by the way, when you talk to him again, tell him Baba is not the most corrupt person in Kenya. That affected me a lot. And tell him Baba is not just a Baba from Luo Nyanza. He's loved in the whole country. Mimi mwenyewe mimi ni Mkamba na Mmasai, na bado napenda Baba. Baba si wa Luo Nyanza peke yake. Yeye kama apendi Nyanza na apendi Baba, hiyo ni yake, lakini asitudharau kwa sababu akiongea hivyo alikuwa akiongea. I wish you could have held him accountable, but it's okay.
It's okay. Okay.
Brother Ben,
Thank you so much.
we'll see you guys on another time. You're
Alright.
with Alexio and Kamwene. I'm listening in the back. Asanteni sana. It's been
Okay.
Mato, or Kenyan with love, or without love, like Kamwene calls me. Baadaye. Mungu abariki mlipo.
Okay. I want to go to Alexio. I was just giving a typical example of a county government. So let me elaborate a little bit. When you come to Nairobi, Nairobi is a cosmo. Yeah. Nairobi is a cosmo. Then we have various political parties. It's a government that is formed with the majority and the minority. Yeah. So that one makes it very easy to put the minority, to put the majority on check, especially the executive. You know, that's, for instance, Nairobi, Nakuru, and maybe Mombasa. They're kind of like Cosmo. But when you go to especially places like, let's say, the majority of central Kenya, you will find that their county government is dominated by the UDA government, because county government is a government of its own, you know. Yeah. So it is not very easy to keep that government on check if everybody in that government is coming from one political party. I was just giving an example as a Luo nation, like majority of our counties are ODM government, you know. And even if you check one of my interview with the MCA, I raised that issue and I asked them, how do you put the executive on check, yet all of you, including an independent candidate, now supports ODM? How do you put executive on check? And it was very difficult to answer. Yeah. And that one can also be depicted about Siaya. When you look at the first incident of Siaya County, where what's going between the deputy governor and the governor, you know, based on what the deputy governor raised and based on what the governor raised, you know, when you look on, you look how the MCA handled the situation. Yeah, they did not dig deep into it. Yeah, and find if all the allegations that both the parties were making were there, but it was kind of like politicized, you know. But when something is politicized, we don't, the citizens are the people who are going to suffer, not the leaders, you know. So when it is one government, it is quite difficult to put even the executive on check, because you will agree with everything that executive says. Yeah, because if you don't, if you're coming to, especially let's say like you are in central Kenya, can give example whereby you might say no, and with a good faith, in good faith, but they will say you're working with opposition or you're working with Azimio to scuttle our development, you know. So that's what I was talking about, one kind of system government. When you're talking about the MPs that have gone to work with the government, you know, there are two things here. President is the symbol of national unity. It is not wrong as a member of parliament to go see the president. That is not wrong. But where the problem comes in is if you go to meet the president and sell the ideology of that particular party the president is in, then that is wrong. Yeah. And that's why I think most of the MPs said that we went to look for development, and that one now requires the electorate to question himself if the development that are done are appropriated. They, the same MP, should appropriate that in parliament. So that's what my mother was talking about, like sycophancy. That being genuine and honest with the kind of leadership that you are doing, provided that you can go and come bring some money to people, then you think that is leadership. And you will agree with me that is the kind of politics that we are experiencing in Kenya, whereby if I give you money, then you will support me, or I go there because you're going to give me money. But it's not all about the ideology. And coming to about the kind of system of government that I think we have what we call the pure presidential kind of parliament kind of system. And in the pure presidential, the legislature should always hold the executive on check. Yeah. And that's why if it was a very good country whereby people put the interests of the country at heart, especially in Kenya, even the members of UDA, they're supposed to put the executive on check. Yeah, because it's a pure presidential, and that's what's not happening, So that's why you find even in our parliament itself, it's not very easy even to keep, because they might be having the wrangles during the public and all that, but when they go to parliament, sometimes they agree, and the money exchange hands, and things are not passed very well. So that is about the what I would say about the executive. When I ask about the Kenya leadership, to me, the reason why I'm trying to reason with young leaders is to see how do they think beyond party politics, because when you look at Kenya in general, and we have to be very sincere, Kenyan politics is about party politics. It's not about, to me, it's not about the people. It's about the party politics. And I'm just trying to reason to them and see, is there something new that you are going to bring on the table? As much as we might say you're a member of this particular party, but can you go beyond that party and bring something very different that we've never seen before? I'm telling you, it is true. If the young leaders, especially from Kisumu, some of them that vied and some of them that are in parliament, if the way they are talking is the place they are taking us, then I think we are headed in the right direction. Yeah, we are headed in the right direction, because even there was a time I was talking to one of them, and he was telling me this, that when they went for nomination, until today, he still doesn't know how many votes did he get. Yeah, he's a youth, and somebody who is in charge of youth position is almost over 50 years. So how do the youth come and play the parts in that politics? And what I learned is there's that mistrust between them and the people who are holding maybe party positions, or the leaders, some of them in their areas, that they feel maybe you are still inexperienced in politics, that you might be swayed away. If something like money come to exchange, you might leave the party, So one of them was saying, this is, though it was not on air, it was saying like, sometimes their they're not being listened to because of one experience. They ask you, what is your experience? What experience do you have in politics? They test your loyalty and how committed to the party are you. But they say ever since they started their political career, they've been in the party for the longest time. So for some reasons, they need that political space as young men in the party to be given time to bring in their ideology. Some of their ideology and ideas and their expertise sometimes is not counted, you know. So that one also makes the party to be weak, you know, and that's what sometimes bring voter apathy. And you will agree with me in Luo Nyanza, there's that voter apathy whereby people do not turn out to vote 100%, you know. And this is brought by, especially when you look at how nomination are being done. Sometimes nomination is not being done fairly. And even if you look a situation whereby the party will give direct nomination, the party has that power to do that. But that one is killing the democratic space of the people, because you don't give people to choose who they want, even though if the party has that power, you know, but you're denying them that opportunity to exercise their democratic right. And that's what we're talking about, the democracy within our political parties. How can we enhance it such that I can criticize you, but by criticizing you does not mean that I don't love the party? You know, not only in ODM, not only in UD, but in all political parties. That kind of welcoming the different ideology, saying something when something is not right, does not mean that I don't love the party, you know. So that is something that also the parties and the leadership need to understand, you know. And you ask about what I can benefit from new, what common benefit that I benefit from this, from the show that I'm doing. Kamwene is stuck. Maybe Mato asked about what I feel. To me, I can say I feel very. Did you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Nilikuuliza.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked you like from those MCAs, do you think they feel Kenyans are getting the benefit of devolution?
No.
And do they think like the Kenyan Constitution is serving Kenyans right, and what need to change so that still we can solve some of those bottlenecks which we are having and which seem as if they are not being solved? That's what I asked.
You know, the Kenyan Constitution is serving us right. The only problem we have is the leadership, you know, the people who should implement this constitution. That's the problem we have, you know, because what happens is sometimes you find even in the national politics, leaders are very selective. They choose on the laws that favors them. The ones that favor them, they don't. They apply laws selectively. Come, for example, when it comes to the integrity, chapter 6 of our constitution, when it comes to integrity, you see how it works? It has never worked, because if it was followed to the latter, the majority of leaders could have not vied. So the constitution is serving them well. The only problem is the people who should implement that. The people or the leaders themselves are not obeying or respecting the law. They tend to choose it when to respect and when not to respect. That's what I think. And Mato asked about how do I feel about all this. To me, I feel good, especially in Kisumu, because in Kisumu we are not only doing about politics. We are hosting different leaders. If you watch my show, there was a time we had one with human rights defender, whereby we were just asking ourselves, how can we mend as a region? How can we mend our relationship with the police? Or what is the right way that we should do the demonstration? Because we've done it, but in the process, we've had so many casualties. Yeah, what can we do as a region, or what can we do as a community in terms of doing the demonstration? Because when we go on demonstration, we find ourselves losing so many of our young men, and like it is time now we need to interrogate ourselves and say, for how long will we keep on losing majority of our population? So we are hosting different people, and like we are having various discussion, and I'm happy about it because like so many views are coming out. So if somebody is watching, they will get the views and they can implement it.
What do you think is the future of counties? Based on what now that we had Kayo was like he wanted to choke them. Do you think the future of counties is good? That is one. And then number two, what do you think about you involving more Kenyans? Not just have you tried to interview like some typical Kenyan people who have no responsibility anywhere, and you hear their views? Have you tried to collate like what you get from leaders, the people you call leaders, who I don't think are leaders? They are just the people who were elected synonymously sometimes because of people. They were just on our political parties. Like, do you get alternative views? That's what I think. Alternative views. Do you get?
Majorly, I've never interviewed the people who are not given responsibility on matters of politics, but I've taken another route to ask them. But everything is the process. We are still building it, and we are still working on it to even start to do debates whereby we bring the locals and we ask them what are the challenges themselves are facing with the leaders. I'm in the process of doing that. So we are working on it. Soon, if all goes well, it will come whereby we will have this conversation with the locals, not leaders, but with the locals, so we can know what do they think on various issues that is affecting them. Then I'm planning to go national. It's just like sometimes it's quite hectic when you're doing this, because I'm planning. I want to do something that is quite much different, that can create change in a society. Yeah, I don't want just to do for the sake of doing it. So nationally, I'm trying. If God willing, in the near future, I will have to host different counties. I have a list of leaders. They're not elected leaders, but they are very active in politics from different counties. I know I have somebody from Kitui. I'm still working on it. I'm working on Central Kenya. We are still working on Central Kenya, on Western too, Nairobi County too. I'm working. So even if you know somebody whom we might host, you can give me the contact. Then we follow up with him. So if he can come on the show and have a discussion and tell us what is his view for the nation, we don't mind hosting. And for everywhere, even for Lelua Nyanza, I decided that I want to have everybody is called a leader, whether is having, provided that he has different view, and let's listen to him and hear what he says. Yeah. So that is the policy. We have every leader, anybody who calls himself a leader, come on the show. Show us what you want. Show us what you want to do for our people. Show us the development, what are the policies and everything. We are okay with that. Yeah. So That's what we are trying to do.
Okay, that's fine. Then, in terms of problem solving,
Mhm.
because I believe every leader has to deal with problems and solutions. So, in terms of problem solving,
Mhm.
what are they talking about? Which problems are they solving?
Like based on those who have talked to, one of the problem that especially the ones who vied and they went to they were in ODM, and during nomination they were not. What happened did not go well with them. They went independent and they're coming back to the party right now. And one of the things that they're talking about is they themselves, despite the fact they might be having different ideology as young leaders, they usually meet and talk about the issues, how they can have. One of the things is a awareness that they have to create for the electorate, in terms of telling them they have to vote. It's not all about like okay, we love you so and so, and they don't vote. At the end of the day, they will be complaining that your leadership or the person that we elected is not working. That is because the majority of you did not vote. So that is one. Then another thing, they're talking about solving of employment, whereby they're trying to have something like thinking of having like something like pulling resources together. And if they pull resources together and maybe paying like school fee for vulnerable, promoting talent, majority of them, despite the fact that they have financial challenges, and also trying to bring a different leadership, a leadership of respect. Not every time if they disagree with Baba, you just have to insult him. He has to be given respect, because majority of them, their political career starts from Baba, because that is somebody that they admire. So the very moment they become famous, they start. So that is, they want to have that sanity in the politics that they are doing. That's some of the things they say. And also talking about issues about strengthening the party. That's what they're saying too.
Okay, that is fine. I get it. But in terms of the effectiveness, do you think MCAs are effective?
Yeah, some of them are. Some of them are not. On individual capacity, some of them
Are we getting value for money? Because I think in Kenya we have almost what, over 1,000 MCAs, 1,500, or how many are they?
Almost 1,500.
Yeah, 1,500, and each one of them is getting close to 500,000 per month.
Few of
Are we
them.
getting value of that money? Because that one is like 750 million per month. Ukitoa ile wanakula, then times 12, that is close to 6 billion. So we are spending 6 billion on their wage bill. Do we deserve to pay that money?
To some extent, I usually say no, because and this is where I still bring you on how can we, even MCA themselves, and I want to give you a typical example on you, because I know you're from Central Kenya. Look at I don't know, but look at what is happening about Central Kenya. Two incidences that I'm looking at. One is about Kawira Mwangaza, and the other one I was seeing of Wamatangi of Kiambu. Yeah. So when you look at the grounds of impeachment, and even you as a person, like you look at them, do you think it is worth it?
A moment when it comes to impeachment, impeachment is a variable thing.
Yeah, it's good.
There is a reason why Mwangaza is being impeached, and it is not Orengo. You know, sometimes it's always good to. She is the only person in the whole country who is under this attack.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't make sense. And the truth of the matter, if you ask me from a point of basis, somebody might say that it is political. I'm not a Marian, but I want to tell you, like, there could be reasons why that guy is being removed. No, sorry, that lady is being removed, because even if people hate her so much, I feel it is just like what was happening in Embu, where Wambora was just in this circus of impeachment. What I think is that there could be reasons. Why is the lady not being able to package herself in a way in which she is unimpeachable? She can package herself if she's working. We had Kibwana the other day. Kibwana even cancelled the. I think there are some things which this lady is not doing right, and I think she has to sit down. Even if she has enemies, you know, as a politician, you will never miss enemies. To a channel, you as a politician, a politician attracts enemies as they attract friends, and your friends will always want you out. So she needs to develop a skin, and she needs also to become serious in whatever she is doing. Otherwise, this circus cannot continue for long. She has to do something.
But that's I agree with you. But at the same time, you know, you said very well that there's a reason why Orengo is not being impeached, yet she's the one. But like sometimes, as the county assembly, sometimes, like, I know she might not be the best, you know, but do you feel now, when you are talking about the value for the money that we are paying the MCAs, you know, especially being that she's an independent candidate, she doesn't have a stronger party. Let's say, for example, if she could have been in UDA and all the county assembly members are the UDA members, do you think it could have been so easy for her to be impeached, or the president could intervene?
Okay, before we bring Maunga, because I can see Maunga has come, na najua anataka kuturipua, which is okay. Sasa, there is one thing which I want to tell you categorically. You know, when it comes to impeachment, people will always want to impeach you if they can level reasons to. The reason why some governors, people don't want to impeach them, is because the allegations say, hakuna governor mmoja, there is no any single governor in Kenya who people are not accusing them.
Yeah.
But you weigh the allegation. If you weigh the allegation and you see that you cannot get numbers, you cannot pull numbers to impeach. The reason why Orengo is not being impeached now, it is because there are not enough MCAs to tilt the kilo.
Yes.
But if today CIA governors sat down and got numbers which can impeach Orengo, they will design accusations. So that is what is. So what is happening is that I know this woman is suffering because she is not from the major party.
Yes.
So and the major party can actually collude against her. We should not also miss that. Naona Maunga ameenda. So can you tell me how do we need to ring fence politicians who have won an election and they are not in the major party, and the major parties cannot collude against them? Because collusion has chances in this thing. There is a possibility the major political party want to have an edge in that seat, and maybe this woman is not agreeing with them. Maybe even in the next election, Maybe they even wanted this woman to join UDA, and she's not joining UDA, which is the ruling party. So,
Yeah.
can I ask you a question? How can you ring fence people who have not been elected by major political party? Na Maunga arudi tafadhali, asikuwe ni mtu tu kuonjesha watu alafu anaenda. We want to hear.
Ndio maana nakwambia, unajua ukiangalia katika siasa kila uchao vitu ambazo zinatokea inafanya sisi tuangazie sana uongozi, kwa sababu kulingana kama Meru is a place whereby it should be a case study on how, if you are an independent candidate and you are a governor and most of your MCAs are not independent, they're coming from a stronger political party, how are we going to protect you in case, because impeachment, provided that anything MCA can decide and say against you and vote in the county assembly, you can go to Senate, and that's where you can get a reprieve. Yeah, but before it goes there, you know, and this is what I was thinking. I was thinking this way for some good reasons. I might be wrong, but you know, when you come to the county, yeah, all the counties are represented by the members of parliament, yeah. So I feel it should be like immediately it comes from the county, it should go to the National Assembly, and when from there, yeah, if the National Assembly feels that what the MCA or what the governor has been accused of, yeah, if the members of parliament feel like that was true, they can approve it, then send it to Senate, rather than taking it from MCA directly to the Senate. That I think it should come back, it should come to the National Assembly and they interrogate it. So like the Senate will just go there to confirm that it is true. They don't have now to form the plenary committee to investigate. That one will be good, because even if you come to, you know, it, I don't know, that is what I was thinking, so that everybody can get a fair deal.
So now, according to, because you have studied our issues, can you tell me what are the problems of Kawira Mwangaza? What has he done? Are those allegations holding water according to you?
One of the allegation is said unethical, right? That is one of them. Another one was nepotism. That was there. But if you look at the reason why I'm saying, if you look at our counties, brother, you will agree with me. Like the people who are in the office, the majority of the employees in the counties, they have to be related. The larger percentage has to be related with the governor. If you are not, if we are now to be very truthful, and this is if you go to these counties, you know, yeah. So when you want to talk about nepotism, and if you look at all the counties, when you look at employment, governors employ their inner circles in government. So maybe she's not giving out money. That's why. Or she's not playing by the system. So those allegations has to come.
Okay, let's see Mahunga. Hold a little bit. Wacha Mahunga aingie. At least asiseme tumemuignore sana. Unajua Mahunga ni mama wa nyumbani kabisa.
Good morning, everyone. That's for Kenya, that is. Yeah, Benson, nice to see you. I've listened to a bit of what you said. I'll probably go back to the previous video and hear what you had to say, because there was quite some insightful debate that was going on that I figured I should get into the studio and perhaps catch up on. Yeah, it's sad that a lot of guys have left, but what you're discussing is something that's very close to my heart. So we are speaking about a whole scope of something that we should look at, even as we are advancing, even as we're going to the next frontier, which up until now doesn't look very clear the way Kenya appears to be right now. But having said that, because the future belongs to those that believe in it, because there's a lot of us who will not be in it, but Kenya will still be there. So even as we're crafting ideas, even as we're talking about structures that should come, even as we're talking about the attributes that we want in leaders, we are looking at it with the future in mind. We're looking at it irrespective of what it is that we're going through right now. But the sad reality about it is that history will return to today. So history will have a way of visiting the things that we do today and probably borrow from them. And the worst part about what Kenya has seen is that the kind of history that tends to be borrowed is the bad part of our history. So bad manners appears to be the one that takes the center stage. And so even as you're speaking, I hear you're speaking, you call them leaders. I honestly do not believe that we are living in a country right now that has anyone who merits the title leader. These are people who've probably just succeeded to get into an office that requires for them to represent Kenyans, and they're not doing it with the passion that's deserving. They're not doing it placing their lives, like putting body and soul down to claim their space for a time such as this. And for that, it's very unfortunate, because right now, with the kind of a ruler we have, we need someone who puts their neck out there and knows for a fact that their neck is on the line, and that then means easily that they could die for it. But I believe that the heart of a leader lies within the tenets of knowing that I believe in it so much, I'm doing it so right, so well, that even if I should die doing it, I died serving within a cause for which I was called. We do not have those kinds of people. We have a bunch of cowards. We have a bunch of hungry tumbocrats who all they think about is what it is that can come into their pockets. If anything, the people that Kenyans are calling, that Kenya is calling hustlers right now, should feel most proud about themselves, because there are people who educate their own children, they sustain their own lives. These people that you wrongly refer to as leaders depend on these hustlers' taxes to literally buy a tissue paper that they're using in a toilet. So they're so useless. They're so stupid. They are everything that is wrong with the world, that somebody labored to bring forth someone who is so worthless, to the extent that they cannot survive without this hustler's ill-gotten wealth to do what it is that an office required them to do, and yet they want to refer to themselves as with the title as noble as a leader. So they make a full mockery of the entire title of a leader, and for that reason, I do not identify them as such. So moving forward, I hear we're speaking about Kawera. I have a very strong feeling this Kawera, and in fact, that is why I usually say the number of times I've come to this platform, and whenever I hold to this adage, that whenever you dine with the devil, be prepared to be poisoned by him, be prepared to be stabbed by him, be sure they can do anything they want with you, and eventually they must kill you. They surely must. So the truth is as follows. Immediately Kawera got elected, we knew exactly who the master behind her was. There was nothing independent about her. She was an UDA stooge, and right now she's just not playing ball. Either she's not swinging her legs open to that demon, or whatever it is that is happening. It is very unfortunate that she's a woman, and as such, people usually think that the things that we have between our legs are more useful than the things we have between our ears. So sometimes even that causes you to suffer.
Can you say that again?
When you stand your ground. Yeah. Many are the times when, imagine Jero, Shemeji, with everything that the world can benefit from what I have between my ears. Sometimes you people with 3 legs usually consider the thing that I have between my legs more important, and as such, I'm denied opportunities, and things made very difficult for me just because I cannot swing my legs like the city council cabinets. So the truth is as follows. Being a woman and a leader are not two very easy things to do in a world that largely believes that they should be able to easily trample on you. So Kawera is a victim of a lot of circumstances, and one of them is the fact that she's a woman, and as such, it is expected that she should offer more than what's between her ears sometimes. First, I wouldn't say that it starts and ends there, but I can bet you for a fact that with the kind of a ruler that we have, who has been confirmed on at room 350, trust me, that can be one of the major problems. Then the other thing would be that we again have a criminal in the office, in the highest office of the land, who thinks that he needs to own everything, including all the contracts. He needs to micromanage Kenya literally like his kiosk. So when you're a governor who's aligned to him in any small way, or as much as tried to play ball, including the Azimio governors who've had dalliances with him, the moment he tries to give you orders and you do not follow them, you're taken the direction of intimidation that you're currently seeing with the Kawera and everything. The conversation that Benson has said it is taken to the National Assembly before it is taken to the Senate. Do we have a National Assembly? We have a bunch of hungry what's a word that I can put to those guys, man? There's 390 stomachs that forgot
MPs.
to carry their brain.
We used to call them
All right?
MPs.
That is not even good enough. Pigs make sausages, and sausages are delicious, and it makes fine pork chops. So giving them the name pigs would make it a little delicious. I am looking at an adjective that would best describe people who bear heads as dispensers for mucus, and that is all there is, and they're in there, and all they're there to do is to receive handouts for whatever. So you can imagine if you have to put a governor through that National Assembly before they
Umesikia
go to the
Osoro?
Senate.
Umesikia story ya Osoro by the way?
Amefanya nini last? Nilisikia kikuwa discussed hapa hivi earlier on. Amefanya nini?
Hey, sasa what you are describing now, you have a typical of Osoro.
No, that's a typical of 390 people in that room. There's no one who has stood for me the test of time whom I can claim that Kenya is safe in their hands, because this person is willing to relinquish their seats if at all a government like this continues to be in office and they stand there as lawmakers. I have not heard anyone saying that CDF does not belong with the National Assembly because those people are purely lawmakers and they're not supposed to be about development, yet the MCAs were supposed to be given that money and governors were supposed to work there as they make laws. So these same people, with containers that dispense mucus, that they carry in the form of heads that they get into that room, and our taxes, our hard-earned taxes, pay them, would then have the mandate and now have an opportunity to frustrate governors. And in fact, they'd even sponsor those impeachment motions in order for governors to now come and bribe them before they get to the Senate. So I think when it comes to the Senate is what, a little under 50. So at least at 50, even there's a couple of devils, they're lesser devils. They're less than 390. So at 50, even if someone should come and bribe, God knows at least you can have something that you will not finish Kenya, even as you're trying to bribe these guys in order to make your impeachment motion overturned. So trust me, the problem that we presently have is way bigger. But Benson, because you're speaking to the futuristic leadership of this nation, I need you to address yourself to the line on integrity. What is it about a leader who's coming up next that I want a clean slate? I want to know, as an MCA, who was your mother? Who was your teacher? Who were your neighbors? What did you do? Whose pencil did you steal? Whose mandazi did you rob? Which child did you bully? And if any of that is on your list, no thank you. We have children who are raised better. Until such a time when we're looking at history from that deep and then we're working it upwards, we're not going to have Kenya having leaders that are anything that are capable, can claim the title a leader. Thanks.
Okay, and let me just say something that you've said about the ruler, because it is all about the leadership. And then my question will always be that, as we always complain about all our leaders, starting from the MCA to the top, and we are saying we want good leaders, who are we going to elect and who are we going to put in those positions? because you find like the majority of them who are vying, they are almost of the same caliber. You know, who are we going to put it in place? Like right now, we are saying, like the country is saying that Ruto was not supposed to be the best president. But who are we going to put in place? And with good supporting system, you know, it's not only putting...
Benson,
Mhm.
what is it about Raila Odinga that you think that Ruto is a better fit than Raila Odinga would have been?
No, and that's my question that I'm asking. If it is Raila Odinga, yes, but are we going to give Raila the best supporting system that will make him deliver? And this we've seen.
And what is our idea of a supporting system? You see, that is the premise where we should start. We should start first by understanding. By the time a child is coming off my hands, it should be a child who I can give out to the world, knowing fully well I have raised someone who has the responsibility of another person in their hands, that they know that they're not only accountable to me as their mother, they're not only accountable to a sibling as a sibling, but they are by and large responsible for ensuring that whenever they step out my door, they carry with them the responsibility of being the best citizen they can be and serve in whichever little capacity they should be called upon at whatever time.
Yes, I agree with you. But if we decide that it is Baba, and we know people around Baba who are sycophants, who are not doing a good job, we know. And if Baba is going to be good at the top, and down here we are getting people who are not serving the interests of the people, that is not going to work.
Precisely my point, Ben. And this is what I'm saying. And that there begs my question. Who are these? We say Kenya has 50 million people. In your interactions in the world, without necessarily limiting yourself to those people that you prefer to call as leaders, or the ones that you think have the responsibility of guiding others in the capacity where they should head them, have you interacted with an ordinary Kenyan and you're thinking this person is exemplary?
Yes.
And if you have, why is it that it is only up until the point where we reach within the political system that we now have hooligans and criminals as the only best fit that we have there, that naturally we cannot say that we can be able to elect 700 individuals who can actually merit that one exemplary Kenyan that you met?
So one is this. One of the things that determine on somebody who is getting elected, especially with the electorate, that the majority of electorate do not care about integrity of a person, especially when it comes to getting leaders.
Have you identified the gap? I wanted you to get there.
Yeah.
So you've identified the gap.
Yeah. So the gap is...
So this electorate brings me again to this question.
Yeah.
This electorate, who are they? Whose homes are they coming from? Because there exists Irene, there exists Benson, there exists Njero. All those are Kenyans. And who are these electorates? And where do they come from?
They come from home, because like when let's say, like, I would just give you a typical example, like somebody like you who has a very good ideology, who knows the challenges that the people are facing. You are there in the ballot. But what will happen is that they will not question your good ideology and your good vision that you have. They will question, one, what have you done? That is one. Two, they will question your financial power. And they will say this: if you don't have money, then what are you going to do for us? So you find like the majority of the times, or most of the time, the people that are elected are not elected because they have very good ideology, but because they have the power of the money. Because he will come and give the 50 shillings and people will say, okay, this is the person who is going to help me, or this is the person that is going to kutatua mambo zetu. And that is what is happening on the ground. So sometimes if you do not have that cash,
how do we move forward from that? Because cash, having the cash, these people with the cash have not taken us anywhere other than thinking Kenya. So moving on forward, how can we address the issue about the electorate who do not understand what is exactly useful about a leader?
So one of the things that to me I would identify is like, if let's say, like, if I feel like Benson today I want to run, I will start having what we call a town hall meeting, or if not a town hall, Kijiji meeting, and we have a conversation. I do have a conversation one-on-one with them, and I start prior and let them know what I stand for.
Benson, allow me to cut you short because I know we're not that many, so therefore I'm sure we're about we can probably postpone this to a time when we can have a better debate with a bigger audience and probably both participants. But my feeling is we need to go the direction of trying to identify leaders, empowering those leaders, and then thrusting them to the front, and then entrusting them with the duty of serving us, not them coming to seek the office, but rather we sort them and we empower them. So we put them out there as someone we trust to come and do our bidding. If we went that direction, and that is what is done, can Obama do that, and that is what the West has successfully done, and even some African countries easily do that. When we go the direction, and even organizations that the office seeks the person and not the person seeking the office, are usually run pretty well because this person has come under a responsibility. They haven't brought themselves forth as someone seeking an office for themselves. And as such, they have their duties defined. It's almost like we are bringing you into office, you're offering you a TOR and telling you, go do this for us. When that happens, the energy that someone would spend campaigning, and someone like myself, for instance, I have said, I know I am capable of leading. I know that if I go into office, I will lay my life down for the purpose of which the people that I'm leading. But I will not spend my energy, risk everything else to do that.
Actually, you can read Zakayo. Maunga, you can read Zakayo. You can be the president of Zakayo.
Amen. So the problem with that, Njiro, is I will not fight and do all those things to come and serve you. You've got to identify that I am a leader amongst you. For you guys to now decide that we have picked you and this is what we need you to go do for us. Tell us what it is that we need. Let's walk through this path. And this is what we need. We will compile resources. We will fundraise amongst ourselves. We will arrange for those town halls that Benson is talking about. We will do this. All we need you to do is be present and go serve our purpose. Until the time where we get to that, for as long as Mr. Moneybags asikuje na 50 bob zake and everything else, we're headed nowhere as a country. Hiya, I can't hear Benson.
Oh, umenyamaza.
I'm saying we should also know the political process. How do we engage in a political process? And this political process should start immediately at the nomination. You know, when we go to nomination and we feel like we have our leader, somebody that we feel can help us kind of overcome our challenges as is being shortchanged in the process. That's where our political processes should start.
Benson, do you think? I'm sorry, I'm seeming to cut you short. It's because I think I've interacted with you, and you've been here a while, and I'm seeing like actually it's the day is pretty much nearing an end. So I'm sorry, I'm just cutting in just so that we don't take it too long. Do you think when we go the direction I'm suggesting, do you think any party will want to risk nominating people because they want to nominate? Do you think that will happen? If we go the direction of Wananchi, you know when you go the direction of Wananchi bringing their own person, you know it's almost like it's a mandamano on its own.
Yeah, and that's what is happening, and that's what is happening. That's why I was telling you, like, the electorate should know the political process, and the political process says if you Maunga, they've chose to have you, and there's a short change, then they should stand their ground. You know, if
they wouldn't change, they would not change. You know, no. Trust me, we are members of those political parties, and there are people you play around with, and then the others you don't play around with. Why do you think that people were given direct tickets? not for anything else, but just because the party doesn't want problems.
But and that's what I was telling Njeru. Now, when we talk of the political party democracy, yeah, how are you convinced like the person that you've given the direct ticket is the will of the people? Yeah, how do you say that is the will of the people, and you've decided to give them because even like we can see the people who were given party nomination, I mean like the party tickets, they were not favorites. Some of them were not favorites. Kamwene Sans Maunga metoka.
Yeah, I understand. You see, political parties will never get it right because political parties are interest parties. Political parties want money, they want to run their business, so they will never get it right. What can happen is if we are the empowered citizens, people like you now, if we have many people like you now who can be able to expose more people, Mkenya wa kawaida can now participate in the electoral process. Then kuna kitu najiulizanga, because pia I want to say here now, this is one of the things, by the way, which where I do not agree with Kenyan politics. Nasikianga, for you to vie for a president, you need 1 million. Sijui inalipo wapi. I don't know. For you to, so ile kitu iko, why can't all those money be waived? If you want to vie, it is free of charge.
Okay.
Do you need money? Like, for example, a good person, somebody can look for ways to fundraise in his own way, but why am I paying 1 million or even 500,000 for the governor? Or sijui ni ngapi wanalipanga? Why do people pay those money?
And yes, and that's a very good question, and the same question that you should also ask maybe our viewers. Why is it that every party patron has to be the presidential candidate? So if because the political parties, they're funded by the government, so which means they're just only stakeholders. Why is it that every party patron or party chairman, they're the people who should be endorsed to be the president? So those are the kind of things that even like we should kind of like talk about and let people know that everybody, provided that you are a delegate in a political party, you can run for presidency. But you find most of our political parties they are owned, you know, they are owned, because like for example, when we talk of Wiper, we see His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. When we talk of UDA, we see His Excellency President Ruto. When we talk of ODM, we see His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. When we talk of Amani, we see of Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. You know, there are people that are behind these political parties, whereby they're the people who are going to be the presidential candidates, whether you like it or not. Whether you go for delegates, delegates are going to vote there, you know. So asking about the 1 million, why, you know? So that is something that people need to talk about and discuss. I hope maybe in the near future we will get different views, and maybe in Njeru Kamwene, there's something here that I wanted to ask you about. One of the issues that was agreed in the bipartisan issue about. Are you getting me, Mr. Njeru?
Yes, I'm getting you. Go ahead, ask.
One of the issues that was agreed one of the issues I saw they agreed upon in the national dialogue was each political party to participate when when commissioners will be appointed in the process of appointing the commissioners, yes. But if you look at Kenya, how many political parties do we have?
In Kenya, we have very many political parties. There was a time nilisikia zilikuwa 400.
Okay, let's say at 400, how will the 400 political party agree? How will they agree now? This is what we are going to do. Like, we want so and so, and this agree unanimously on one person. Like, okay, this person is good. It can be there. How will it agree? How will they agree if they are 400?
It is impossible.
So that's why I'm telling you this, and I usually say, but sometimes people think that, you know, what else as a country? I think we should go sit down and look at it. We've not as a country come to conclusion and know what ails us. Until that time, yeah, we will be going circles and circles and circle and circle and circle about each and every after election, you know, because to me, there is no way in which 400 political parties, or even let's give it at least 100, will agree that this is the person that I want. What will happen immediately? The bigger parties agree, the smaller parties will go to court. And during that court case, you know, there's nothing happening. Then the time is not waiting on us. Election is coming. So then you will find we will be having a small window period, and within small window period, that is when you want to do everything, then you miss it out. When you miss it out, what happens? Coming back to the same thing, you know. So if we find what else as a country, yeah, then we will be safe. Because to me, I don't agree 100% with the issues that they have agreed on, or they have agreed upon, especially like increasing the commissioners from current 7 to 9. You know, what should matter, even if you have 2 and these 2 are having the interest? What we don't have is having the interest of the country at heart. That is what we don't have. But if we can have that, whereby if I'm given a job that I'm going to serve my country, that I'm going to serve my country, I'm not going to serve anybody, I'm going to serve my country, then we will be good. But if a situation whereby all this are going to be micromanaged, and to put somebody there to look for your interest, to see who is stealing or who is not stealing, how is the vote counted, then I don't think that that is going to work. Because if somebody overpower you with intelligence on how to steal, or, you know, you're not going to agree, and what will happen? The same you're coming back to the cycle. So to me, I think, like, as we need to sit down and have a conversation with ourselves and see as a country where are we wrong, and how can we fix it? Because all those things, all the things that are raised on the bipartisan, those things are, to me, I don't think they can bring solution. They cannot bring solution. I might be wrong, but to me, I don't think, because, like, even if you look during election, my brother, you know, the people who usually create emotions are politicians based on the words that they utter. Kenyans are very loving. I'm telling you, Kenya people are very loving. Yeah, they're very, very, very loving. Then they with diversity and everything. But immediately the leaders get into it, things run haywire. To me, I might be wrong, and due diligence is talking about coalitions. Coalitions is an intelligent way of tribal politics. That is how I say it. I might be wrong, so you might correct me if I'm wrong.
Or partisan politics, partisan, like Coalition of interests.
Coalition of interest, because it's looking at what can you bring on the table. Tell me, do you think there will be a day when Ogiek family, we can make a coalition and we say Ogiek family is going to be the president? Do you think it will happen? Yet you're bringing 2 votes on the table. If it is a matter of interest, because they subscribe to maybe to the coalition ideology. Let's say, for instance, even Azimio, then we say today as an Azimio, we are going to give Ogiek family the position of the presidency. Do you think that one is going to happen? I don't think so, because they will ask, what are you bringing on the table? Is like mortgaging us. You're mortgaging your region you're coming from. You mortgage and you go sit on the table, and you're being given position in those coalition based on what you are bringing on the table. Yeah. If you're bringing less, be rest assured that you're going to get very less. If you're bringing more, you get the most. Yeah, and the fan base you have. That is that's how coalition works. Yeah, and that one tells you, like, there will be no day, to me, in Kenya whereby you will come with a political party and say that one political party as KANU or like what, and say like, as KANU we are doing it alone. You're not going to make it. I don't think so. The only coalition that I think was very genuine was the Kibaki, and the one that defeated Moi, because that was the face of Kenya. It was not tribal. It was not. But to me, right now, the kind of coalition that we usually have, it's not even like integrity part of it is not there. Oh, am I lying?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Provided you can bring junk of both, we don't care about your integrity. That is something to be discussed another day. Let's first of all win the election, then we can talk about your integrity. Let's first of all bring your vote, then we can talk about integrity. Let's first of all bring what you can bring in coalition. The integrity will be discussed later. And that is what in our leadership. Yeah. Some of our leaders, as the lady said, some of them cannot pass the test of integrity. They are rotten to the core. And the ones that are rotten to the core, those are the ones like they talk and we stand up and clap for them. That's how the politics is. So that's my comment. They are my private. That's how I say it. But if we can have a discussion and enlighten ourselves and sit down and say, what kind of leadership do we want? Yeah, because the leadership that we put in place is a reflection of the society we have. You cannot plant maize and say at the end of the day you want to harvest beans. It doesn't happen that way. You will plant the maize, but at the end of the day, harvest maize, you cannot harvest beans. So that's how I think.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you believe in Kenya there is vote stealing?
I think so. There is.
How does it happen?
No, I do not know how it happens, but I tend to question some results, and the reason why I tend to question some results, yeah. Sometimes you are given 6 ballot papers, right? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear.
If you're given 6 ballot papers, then you find you're voting. A typical example, let's say you're voting in an area whereby it is what we call it, what the
an Azimio stronghold.
The bedroom or stronghold of your stronghold, yeah. Then in your stronghold, you find like the governor the governor is getting more votes than the president. How does that one happen? And you've been given 6 boxes, 6 ballot papers. Not even with a smaller, maybe if it is 5-3, it's understandable, or like, but this is like 100. For instance, when you look at the last general election, the governors, the difference between the Right Honorable Prime Minister and most of the Kisumu governors were Kisumu governor, it was almost 100 and something votes. How did that one happen?
Who got many? Who got many?
The governors got many than Raila. Check.
Why?
I don't know. That's the question I'm asking you. How can that one happen?
In Kisumu?
Yeah, go check. The governor got more than Raila. You can go check.
Why not vice versa?
That's the question I'm asking. How could it be? So it means there are only people.
And of what interest? Of what interest would a governor want to inflate the votes in the counties? Yet it is a stronghold of your major party.
I'm not saying. I'm just asking. How can that one happen?
No, I want us to think.
Yes.
To think critically. Why is it happening? Like, is it human manipulation? Is it human error? Is it data fixing? Is it ignorance? Ama kuna mtu tu alafu na kitu ingine nikuulize, hizo ballot za president, it's because I believe anyone who voted the governor alikuwa na ballot ya president.
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Now the difference ziko wapi? Those ballots were they discarded? Mtu alitupa huyo, sababu the vote hakupigia baba.
Zilitupwa wapi?
Hizo makaratasi, can they be proved?
Yeah, but that's what the data is saying. So we don't know what happened.
Let me tell you now. Let me give you a theory.
Yeah.
That is a confirmation of ballot stuffing.
Yeah.
So hapo kuna mtu alikuwa anapigania ugavana hapo, wakarauka asubuhi, wakajaza debe yake. No, we have to think critically. Wakajaza debe yake, because even if those numbers can vary, the error should be between 1% and 2%.
Check the votes. I think like it was almost 100.
100 what? 100
almost 100,000. Check.
No, that one is data fitting.
Check.
That is ballot stuffing. That is ballot stuffing. Kuna mtu alipigiwa kura.
Yeah, check. You know, and you know, like what usually happens.
And it is so unfortunate sababu if kuna vitu kama hiyo ilitendeka in our strongholds hivyo, then you can imagine, na tuliambiwa tulishindwa na kura 200,000 peke yake.
Yeah.
Sasa niseme sarcastically, hao watu walipigia Nyong'o na wakupigia baba. They are the cause of why we are crying now.
Yeah. I'm seeing there's one of our viewer in comment section is called due diligence. He's saying there's a strength in diversity. Kayo has had issues with coalitions. Yes, there's a strength in diversity. I agree with that. And what can happen is that, what about if, to say today, like Njiro, you're running, Kamwana, you're running, Kamwana, you're running for president, and all the tribes in Kenya vote for you, yeah, in their diverse, yeah, without looking at the kind of tribe, or without you sitting down and bringing somebody powerful to you and saying like, okay, if we win this, I'm going to give you this post because you are bringing that. You know, it is an organic, yeah. That one I can say that is not coalition brought by interest, but the will of the country. You know, the country has believed in you. You know, But this coalition that we bring, you know, that we have in Kenya, I don't think it is for the view of the country. You know, it is the political interest of the people, of the leaders themselves. Because let's say, for example, even if you say people come from Western Kenya and they say, okay, instead of giving Mudavadi the prime minister, Honorable Mudavadi prime minister post, and they give it to somebody who his name is not in the political limelight, can it happen? Can it happen? That's my question.
Okay, say again. The last portion.
I'm saying last question is the coalitions that we have, yeah. If we bring in the Western people in our coalition and we decided to just pick somebody who his name is not known in the political field, will it happen?
Definitely, people will always want to vote the people who their last name sounds like theirs.
Yes.
And that is one thing which I've been asking myself. Ebu nikuulize swali. Can Opiyo vie in Marsabit as a governor?
No, he cannot.
Huh?
It is very rare.
I'm just asking a question. Can Njoroge? Can Njoroge vie in Elgeyo Marakwet?
It only happens once. It only happened once, and that was in Nakuru. Once in Nakuru, where Ochengo Neko was the MP for Nakuru, only once. And that was the end of it. Look at the history of Kenya.
Why are we this balkanized? Like kila eneo iko na wenyewe.
Yes, that's how the politics is. During the time, I think it's only Ochengo Neko who vied in Nakuru and he became an MP in Nakuru. I don't know. And that was the end of it. No any other. And that one changed.
But now you see, now those are some of the gaps we need to look at when we are saying that our constitution is efficient, yet it cannot be able to give us some of those productivity. We need to see how we can allow any Kenyan can vie anywhere. At least hata munaweza saidiwa na mtu ya kutoka. There is something needs to happen. Tusiseme ati katiba yetu ati iko sawa sana. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Nguru hapa amekuja, bwana brother Benson, so that we also make him also in the team. So mkubwa tunaongea story ya how we can influence our governance, how we can participate. Tumekutana na bwana brother Benson hapa anaongeanga na viongozi kutoka eneo tofauti. So we are trying to think how we can make things better. So you can say something as we finally tulete Benson pia as we try to conclude. Sababu hata mimi sitakaa hapa forever, nasikia usingizi.
Hata mimi ndio sasa nimesikia usingizi sana.
So hebu tunataka tusikie weredi ya hiyo ndevu. I can see you have white hair in the beard. The moment a human being has white hair in the beard, you should only use wisdom. I'm actually surprised that Mr. Karinturi does not live to that aspiration. Ukiona mwanaume amepata white hair kwa ndevu, he should be serious. Huyo anafaa kukua akilipia watu dawari. Anafaa kukua sio kupeleka, anafaa kukua akienda kulipia watu dawari. That is the status.
Kamwene, how are you? Benson. Sometimes it is genetic. You can get gray hair as early as that is. So let me leave it there. Anyway, I think
lakini pia tunapaka rangi. I hope yako hujapaka rangi. Unajua pia siku hizi tunapaka rangi. Unajua si unaona hata futibora wanapaka clay ile rangi.
No, yangu ni natural. Yangu ni natural.
Na ni ya heshima, ni ya
So
heshima tu.
ndio hiyo. Huwezi jua pahali nyingi nimeingia hivyo na nikafunguliwa. Kwa hivyo ni baraka. So wacha niseme hivi Njiru, leo nation headline ni kwamba yule Auditor General amefichua ile wizi ya pesa ya mshahara wa watu wa serikali. Wanawekewa mara 3, lakini ile inawafikia ni ile tu ile wameajiriwa nayo, kusema kwamba akiwa unapewa 200,000 hiyo ndio utawekewa, lakini kutoka pale kwa treasury inaonyesha kwamba umesukumiwa 600,000. Kwa hivyo imeonekana kwamba 2 billion is released from the treasury for salaries, lakini ukweli ni kwamba hiyo sio pesa ambayo inafikia hawa. Kwa hivyo hapo kuna taswishi na inaonyesha kwamba corruption ama ufisadi sio lazima iwe utaenda kuiba baada ya pesa kuwa released. Unaweza kuiba na budget, unaweka ile ya kuiba ndani pale ili uwe unachuna ukiwa umekalia kiti. Kwa hivyo hapo ndio tuko Kenya hii unfortunately. Na angalia mambo ya El Nino, tunaambiwa sijui 10 billion ilikuwa released. Sasa isipokuwa a few places across the country, kwingineko wanashikilia mabilioni ya pesa, lakini uhakika ni kwamba ile madhara ya mvua haijafikia sehemu nyingi. Kwa hivyo unaona kwamba ufisadi inaweza kuwa na njia ingine ya kuwekwa kwa budget. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wanafaa kuwa watu werefu na wana ustadi ya kuangalia mambo kwa udani, sio ya ile ya kuambiwa kama tugege. Unajua sasa ukitaka kuexcite mtu unapepa tu 1,000,000 ama 2, nimewaachia 2,000,000 sijui nini, kitu kidogo tu, lakini ile imeenda ni mabilioni ya pesa. Na hapo ndio tuko. Unajua kwamba hii mambo ya mchere na nyama imeenea sana. Unapika ugali ama ni mchere na nyama, unapea watu, wanaimba mwomboko, halafu wanaelekea nyumbani. Unaona? Kwa hivyo saa hii unajua vijana wengi saa hii wanahangaika hata kuingia vyuo vikuu. Pesa hamna. Na bado kwa sababu ile inakuja kwenda secondary, hiyo ndio itakuwa the mother of all. Nina marafiki mimi, vijana wangu wamepita secondary, kwa hivyo mimi sishikwi na haya, lakini nina marafiki wameniambia kwamba ile proforma wameletewa inaonyesha pesa imeongezwa marandufu. Wengine wanahangaika wajui watafanya namna gani. Huku serikali inaongea kitu tofauti kabisa, kwamba wao hakuna pesa imeongezwa, hakuna mtoto hanja ataenda shule. All these are governance issues. All these are governance issues. And honesty is part of it. Are you saying what you are delivering? Are you committing to do what you have told the people? Nakwambia Kamwene, mambo bado kuchemuka. Bado mambo kuchemuka, ndugu yangu. Sekondari mwaka ujao ndio watu watajua hii Kenya iko namna gani. Unajua wale wengi wanashikwa pale kwa sekondari. Hapo ndio watoto wengi wanaingia zaidi ya sijui wanakuanga nusu milioni ama ni ngapi. Pesa imeleta shinda. lakini sio kwa sababu serikali haihokoti pesa, inaokota pesa, lakini hadi wa leo zaidi ya bilioni 2 ambayo imesakanywa na hii serikali kwa mwaka ambao umepita haijulikani inaelekea namna gani. Ni story, utasikia story mingi. Tutafanya, tutatenga, tumetenga, tutafanya, tutatenga. Lakini ukienda kwa uhakika pale, kama sasa ni kuuliza swali, labda kama mwene una relative siko okay, kulipitishwa kwamba there is free health insurance, kwamba wewe unaenda tu kwa hospitali unatibiwa akiwa hujaweza kulipa. Is that the reality on the ground? Nadhani it is important that we start now tracking this. Is it the reality? Kwa sababu unaweza tu kuwekelea sahihi makaratasi mingi ya serikali, lakini hakuna kitu inafanyika pale mashinani. That is the only unfortunate thing with this government, because what is promised is not what exactly is reaching on the ground. Waona, hata hii fertilizer walisema, kuna wakulima wengi watakwambia kwamba walingojea hiyo fertilizer hawakuiona. Waona, so that is the situation. Kamwene, take over.
Aya, umejimute kwa nini wewe? Wewe uko mute? Fungua. Uko mute?
Na kuuliza swali.
Okay, go ahead.
Sasa nimefungua.
Ulikuwa mute.
Na kuuliza hivi. Juzi kulisainiwa National Insurance Fund, something like that, universal, na kukasemekana kwamba sasa kutoka sasa mtu yote akiingia kwa facility ya serikali unatibiwa ukiwa hata una pesa. Is that what is happening right now on the ground?
I know it is not happening.
Sorry. Yes.
It can't happen because we are not prepared for that.
But you see, that is now a policy position that everybody is catered for medically.
Hiyo ni kuambiwa tunaambiwa. Ninyi ndio mnatamanga vitu kwa ground ni different.
Maneno imechemka bana. Kwanza hii mambo ya shule hii ndio itamaliza maneno. Hii ya shule hii, kwa sababu watu wakianza sasa, unaona ndugu yako aende shule,
but people are not rioting. Hakuna kitu watu wanasema.
No, unajua, let me tell you, there is this alisema haijafikia uchungu, haijafikia pale kileleni. Hiyo uchungu bando, na hiyo uchungu inaonekana kama inaweza fika mwaka ujao. In fact, I'm giving it up to mid next year. Ile uchungu bando. Lakini baba akimie. Yeah. Watu wanasema aongee, lakini mimi ningetaka akimie. Wacha akimie.
Hata ningetaka aongee, aende achukue holiday ya mwaka mzima aende. That is better. Wacha tugege tuonje kidogo.
Watu wanalialia aongee. Mafuta imekuwa pesa mingi. Saa hii unajua Jiru, ile pesa serikali ilikuwa inataka kupata kwa mafuta ya gari imeenda chini.
They cannot get because you do not optimize by increasing.
People have scaled down on use of personal vehicles. So I understand they have made a deficit of 12.9 billion in collection of taxes. Waona?
Yeah.
So,
no, what I'm saying is that there's nothing good. Na usifikiria ati kuna ati pesa ati anatafutia nchi. Hakuna. Ni concept hakuna. Unfortunately, so we are not working on mismanagement of somebody. Go ahead.
Unajua sasa alisema kwamba ni Mungu amembariki kwamba ni yeye rais wakati huu tunapitia magumu.
Si alisema akiwekelea
wengine.
So mbona unga isikue 100?
Ingekuwa imeanguka. No, amesema hii nchi ingeanguka ingekuwa na wengine.
Sababu yeye ndiye Mungu. Yeye ndiye Mungu. Yeye ndiye Mungu. He is the savior.
You know the strange thing, Look at David D. Look at Professor Jogona Dongo. They are in a fix. Those guys will not escape the kind of situation that is going that is snowballing into a crisis. Lakini unajua Ruto anaweza kusema nyinyi niliwapatia kazi mmeharibu. Ni watu ya Central niwapatia muangalie mambo ya fedha ya nchi mkaharibu. Waona? Angalia mambo ya kahawa na makandamia na nini. Nani anapambana nayo upande ule mwingine? Gachagua. Waona? Kwa hivyo yeye ataosha mikono, aseme niliwapatia, hamkufanya. Mrefu kiasi.
Hakuna kama hicho. Hakuna kitu alipeana.
I'm telling you, there are people who are still not believing that things are not working. They are still hopeful that. Do you know the hardest part will come next year when the Eurobond payment is due? What will happen? However, I've heard they have also secured some financing from World Bank. That's what they were talking yesterday. I think 83 billion for dams and those other things. I don't know. So they are upande wanakopa.
Na si alisema yeye hatakopa.
Si mmekataa kutoa pesa. Amewafinya na mnakataa kutoa pesa. Hata wewe Njiru ukiingia hapa Jomo Kenyatta unakuja umebeba vitu za 100,000 utaki kulipa. Si ndio? 500 US dollars worth.
Kayo ni wenyu.
Unatakiwa ukiingia hivi ukiwa na kamera, ukiwa na nini, ulipie ushuru.
I'm saying na mbona wa Kenya they cannot react, wamenyamaza tu kama mabubu.
Sasa unajua, by the way, let me ask you, do you know there is a man when you are in a fight, when you are in a fight, especially with somebody you purported to be in love with, ama ulikuwa unafikiri iko mapenzi iko pale ndani, hiyo vita inakuwa ngumu sana. Na inakuwa ngumu kwa sababu bado huamini kwamba ile mahindi ulikuwa umepewa ya mapenzi, waona kwamba unaweza kuwa umepigwa chenga namna hiyo. Sasa watu wale wengi wale sana sana wale jamaa hawaamini, they are in a nightmare. And there's a manner in which you can beat somebody to a pulp. Hata kuongea anaona tu. Hata niliona mwingine akisema tumekuachia tu inchi, wewe fanya vile unataka. Somebody in the media, kijana tu anasema sasa wewe fanya vile unataka. So yeah, people react differently. Some give up completely and leave you to do what you want. If you want to kill them. Hata mwingine amesema akiwa unataka kutua kunja uwe sisi tukufe mara moja. Mwingine anasema hata ongeza ifike hiyo mafuta ifike 500. Akiwa ni kufa tukufe mara moja. What do you think that is? Alafu si ni kusurvive tu. Mtu atafanya nini njiro? Watu atafanya nini? Wengine wakiona baba akiongea wanauliza kimzee alishindwa, sijui amepigwa. You know, some funny stories. Me, that's why I would recommend that Raila just keeps off this thing. Let Kenyans, especially this generation, learn that things can get from better situation to a worse situation in their lifetime. So that next time,
from hot water to the fire itself.
Exactly, because what we are lacking right now is critical thinking. We always think that things can only get better. No, things can get worse, depending on who is on the stewardship. In fact, there is this generation of 2000s. Hawakuona ile shinda hii inchi ilipitia 1990s and 80s kutuleta pale tulikuwa tumefika na Kibaki na mtu anaitwa Uhuru. Wao walikuwa naona tu mambo inafanyika tu kwa sababu walikuja wakakuta barabara zimejengwa, watu wanalipiwa help na mambo mengine mengi, lakini hawakuelewa kwamba ni watu walipigana, ni watu wali sacrifice. Wanafikiri tu inakuja. And by the way, let me tell you, it's most likely the 8 million who did not go to vote are young people between 18 and 30. I bet you sure over 80%, if not 90%, are young people. Yeah, anashinda tu akisikiza reggae kwa room yake. Anasema, why waste my time? I would rather go and take a bottle of beer. But you see now what is happening. Hawaamini kwa sababu wao ndio sasa wanaenda kutafuta pesa ya kwenda university, wanakuta hakuna pesa. Waona?
Haya ni sawa. Bwana Nguru, we can call it a day now. Naona watu wakuji.
Who is this other one? Mkenya. Si atuambie tusalimie kabla hujafunga.
Haya, Mkora sema.
Mr. Guru, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine, man. How are you?
I'm doing very good.
Okay.
Hiyo shuka yangu lazima nitaipata, hata uifiche kwa shimo, nitakuja na majina zingine different.
Si uunde business upande huo niwe na kuwekea kwa container. Natengeneza pesa. Ama unaomba Kayo atakufikia.
Si unaona nimegeuza majina.
Naona.
Tukipatana airport namwambia wewe uliniona wapi?
Kwanza nyinyi mnaongea hapa ndio mkija Christmas mtakuta mmengojewa pale ile mizigo ionekane ni nini unabeba.
Nilisema yangu natuma Somalia inaingilia huko Boni Forest. Ama niende niongee na Museveni huko, niko na watu najua huko saidi ya Uganda. Na alafu unajua huko karibu, wewe uko karibu kwa sababu hapo Shabe bora tu ipite Busia. Ikifika alafu ingie Shabab bas.
Uko nyumbani.
Nakuja mimi nikichukuaga shuka.
Sawa. Wewe ukifika si utapiga simu?
Lakini nyinyi mkona mnatusumbua sana. Unajua yani sasa nyinyi hapana guru, mnatufanyia kitu mbaya sana.
Kivipi? Si tuko sawa.
Sasa unajua nimekuwa nikipigana vyenye naweza ingia na simu, ndio maana imeingia ikiwa mkora. Kaza mimi ni mkora wa hizi technical things. Lakini anyway, sasa nimeingia na simu, hata sina rights nani mkubwa wetu hapo juu atatuambia saa zenye ya kufunga, yeye ndio anaweza. Sasa hii kijana
mimi nilimaliza kitambo bwana.
Hii kijana mnataka tukimbizane nao mpaka lini?
Mimi nimeambia Kamwene bado unajua watu wakiwa hajafinyika kufikia kiasi hakuna lolote litafanyika. Hakuna.
Unajua kuna dada yetu amekuja hapa nikijaribu kupigana nao na sijui kama ananisikia. Akiwa huko nyuma mwambie nani anaitwa nani the one that really speaks nani anaitwa remind me. Maunga. That one, huyo ananga break, huyo akienda ameenda kama kana umanaga. Nilikuwa na I like that lady because akikuja hapa anasemanga ukweli venye iko, mpende msipende. Guru, can we get people that can talk ukweli kama Maunga? Hanaga kitu ya kuficha.
That statement is subjective.
Anafungulia.
That statement is subjective. Kwa hivyo kumaanisha kuna akina Nguru waongee ukweli.
Guru anatuficha hapa kidogo. Unajua lazima tumbembeleze kidogo, aongee kitu ya Central. Hutaki kuingia sana na yeye. Ni kama Brother Benson amekuja hapa ametuambia vitu zake za Brother Benson, sorry, forgive me wherever you are. I think that was educative, lakini pia unatudanganya kidogo stories za nini? Za huko Lakeside nini? Watu kama Maunga wakikuja wanaangusha hiyo kitu venye inafaa kulala. Because I don't care. I don't care if Guru is a Kikuyu, if a Makamba, I don't care anything. Hiyo ndio kitu napendeanga Maunga. Unajua hata Guru anatudanganyaga hapa. Guru atakuja anakuwa mpole. Ndio anasema ukweli for the most part. Hata wewe. Lakini kuna kitu kamefichwa pale. Ukienda kuguza Ukikuyuni kuna kitu atakuambia ya Ukikuyuni sijui nini. Maunga ananga hiyo kitu bwana, napitaga nao venye napitwa. And I believe that is how we need to be as Kenyans.
Si tuko wengi, ndio sababu ile sitasema itasemwa na mwingine.
One man, one vote, one shilling.
Yes.
Kwa hivyo kama umepitwa na shilingi ya kwanza ya mwingine atapata ingine.
Ndio hiyo. Tuelekea hapo by the way.
Hapana Guru, lazima tuanze kuongea ukweli.
Ukweli ni gani?
Kama venye Maungu anakuja hapa na kuambia ukweli, upende usipende. I mean, nasemi vizuri lakini haileti raha, lakini ameisema Ndo hiyo.
Nilisikia
Mr. Guru, you've gone through so many
yes,
things na ni venye tu utaki kuambia watu. Mi najua. Nikisema Shabab,
yes,
mimi najua.
yes,
Na
yes,
nikisema nikisema hiyo Kiamunyi najua.
yes,
I know
yes,
why kuna shida hapo.
yes.
Kwa nini hatuambii watu ukweli?
Ukweli ni upi?
Wewe unaujua
Kiamunyi?
ama niseme?
Sema, mimi sijui Kiamunyi. Kiamunyi ni wapi huko?
Kiamunyi tu ni hapo mbele ya Shabab hapo tu na 58. Najua unajua kule nasema. Tuko Nakuru.
Kiamunyi sijui.
Kiamunyi si ni pale juu ukienda na nini, ukienda na Egerton ile main.
Huko nilikuwa shule.
Lakini Shabab unajua.
Sikai kule. Nilikuwa najua kidogo kidogo huko na ndani huko suburb. Yes, suburb najua 58. Huko ndani Ndevo. Huko ndani kwingi palingi.
Kwa nini tusiambie watu ukweli? Kwa nini kuna kuaga na shida huko, na kwa nini ukijana sasa kila mtu anakaa kama anamuogopa?
Mimi siwezi jua area hiyo saa hii kwa sababu huko sijakwenda huko hivi karibuni. Kwa hivyo siwezi jua hiyo inafanyika ni gani. Labda uniambie.
Hii shida yote iko hapa Rift Valley. Hapo ndio shida iko. Na iko between wewe na Njiru. Nani our mkubwa wetu hapa. Iko hapo katikati yenu.
Kati yangu na Njiru.
Yes.
Hatuna shida na Njiru. Njiru mimi unajua tunatoka kaunti moja. Lakini mbali sana na huko unaongea.
Civil education is very important.
Ni kweli?
Mr. Chair, can I just say it on this hii Bernard atafunga kesho. Nikisema kitu nataka kusema.
Akiwa ni ya kufunga station basi si ukae namna hiyo na ukweli yako.
Hapana, lakini nataka ijulikane.
Si utaomba ruhusa kwa mwenyewe.
Namuomba. Sijui ameenda wapi, sijui kama yuko. Unajua mimi siko kwa huko sasa, unajua mimi niko kama wewe saa hizi. Sasa sisi ni watumwa wake.
Okay.
But Njiru, unajua nini? I'm a father of a daughter. Tuache kudanganyana. Tafadhali. Shida ambayo iko Kenya iko Rift Valley. Na tusidanganyane tafadhali. Please. Na shida ambayo iko Kenya iko between Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin. Na ambao wanaishi Rift Valley. We know Ruto never won. Ruto got 3 million, I can tell you for a fact. Na mwambie anisu. This all other thing is a shit show. My big brother and my dad, I am telling you with all due respect that I owe you, hapo Rift Valley mkisort shida ya Wakikuyu na Wakale, kila kitu itaendelea vizuri.
Kwa inchi?
Yes.
Aha.
Hiyo shida mkimaliza yenyu hapo, na msipomaliza tutakuja kuwamalizia. You know what I'm talking about.
Najua imekuwa mvurutano hivi na hivi ya mashamba sijui nini, sijawahi jua kabisa ama kuna
That is the biggest problem that Kenya. You see, other tribes, even though me niko kila mahali, we've been fighting your battles and we are tired and sick and tired. Malizeni vita zenyu bana. Mkimaliza hizo vita zenyu, unajua we sit here tunakaga tunawaogopa, tunasema wacha tusiharibie Wakikuyu wenye wako Rift Valley, wataumwa, watagongwa. Okay, wacha tusiharibie pia Wakale pia, tusiseme ni watu wabaya, tusiseme Wajaluo ni watu wabaya. We are coming to a point that hii kitu yenye tumekuwa tukimbembelezana hapa hivi itaisha. Wakikuyu, Wakale, Wajaluo tumalizane, tuamue, because hatuwezi ka tribes zingine za hii dunia zikiwaga zinapembelezana. Wacha tubembeleze hao wasipigane, wacha tubembeleze, sasa mtu kama Mgiriama anabembelezea nini mtu mwenye ako hata Rift Valley na aji hata kanyaga Rift Valley? Hiyo ni swali nimeuliza.
Unajua
kwa nini tunadanganyana? Kwa nini hatusemi ukweli?
Unajua there's something kuna ufiche mingi sana kwa hii nchi yetu. Kwanza, the first thing is there is no dominant community. Tuanzia hapo. The highest number or the highest percentage of a community is about 15 to 17%, and that is the Kikuyu. That is what we are told by statistics.
Okay, first let me demystify you. Let me demystify.
I'm just going slowly. The question is this, because I can see you are nini. What prevents others, 83% or even 80 whatever, to say no? This problem, we have a problem here. Why don't we sort it differently from what we can see it being sorted out? You understand? So to say that right now, when I hear somebody saying if you are not voted by the Kikuyu community, you can't be a president, that's a lie. Thank
you.
It's a lie, because if you are to go by the statistics of population, it only means that the others may not be well versed with getting power and what it means to go out for power. You understand? Because what I know happened in the central province and the central area, as it were, is that it even becomes almost a taboo for you not to go and vote. You understand? But in other places, you find is 52%, 51%. Then how do you expect? And then you buy a myth that these are because they are the majority. No, it is just, those are myths. They are just political, they are called what? Narratives. Actually, we are lucky. Unlike countries like Rwanda, which have one dominant community, or Ethiopia and others. Us, we are actually very different communities, and there is no dominant. Because dominant means you have gone past half of the others. You understand?
So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Na tusidanganyane, please.
Yes.
Today I'm not even in the mood ya kudanganyana. Today I want us to say the truth. Iwe ilitoka hapa, because I can see it coming.
Yes.
How many can Central and Rift Valley dictate the country of Kenya?
only if the others accept. I've answered your question.
What's the population of Central and Rift Valley?
Go to the census, you'll find out. In fact, the coup are said to be what? To be was it 8.1? That's what the statistics say. Followed by the Ruya, who are 6.8. Okay, that going by the government statistics of 2019 census, and then the Kalenjins were saying to be 6.8. Then the Ruos were saying to be 5 million. The Kamba were saying to be 4.6. So those are the figures we are working with here. So you can sit down and calculate. And those are absolute numbers, including the small children and the old days. So there is no community that is past 17% in Kenya. Those are very low percentages. Meaning, if people are conscious and they are under good civic education, the political environment would change dramatically. You know.
So let me ask you, sir, with all due respect, what happens when you see that you've been lied? Everything is that, I mean, you can see it, the calculation does not work, the social fabric does not work. I mean, there's no answers, there's not anything that leads to someone won. I'm not mentioning names, by the way, but when you can see that it psychologically, fabrically, mathematically, everything does not work, what happens at that point on a social economy and on a social on an economy? And okay, how do I say this? On a street that is supposed to be led by social, reality.
It is presumed that democracy will produce the majority and the minority. But in our situation, minorities become majorities. Not because that's the will of the people, but because the systems have been fashioned to give a certain outcome. And what it does to the population, especially those who know that they have been violated, they start losing confidence. They start feeling a bit helpless because maybe that's not the leadership they would want. And a general state of despondency, which is not very good because that seed, if it germinates and gets entrenched, it could lead to other socio-political issues that are not good for the society or for the country. It can destabilize the country. So I think this issue of IBC particularly, let me just talk about it just a bit. When you have an emphasis that a political party must have agents in every place so that their votes are not stolen, it beats the whole purpose of having IBC. In fact, if I was to be asked, it should be put in law that no political party should have an agent in any of the stations.
Thank you.
Let IBC take its responsibility so that it is sued, and it is sued for any skewed outcome that does not reflect the will of the people. Because you cannot have a situation where you have agents who are still facilitators of of stealing elections. Because I can tell you what happened in part of the central. You find from the whole set of people, the whole set of agents for the MPs, for the MCAs, for the player and the rest, all of them are singing one political party, including because the agents are also recruited from the same local area. In their minds, they will vote the same person, so everybody is in convergence of thinking. So when they start counting votes and they find you have the opponent in Kisumu or in Mombasa, or the other one is having 100 votes here, those votes will just be put to the person they want, the person who they have in mind. And therefore, you find those. And by the way, you know, there is something people don't know. Even 10 votes per station, it translates to millions. Right now, we have, I think, that 7 voting streams. I mean, pale unaenda kupigia kura. So multiply that 7,000 by 10. How many votes are those? If you are to put 10 votes, 10 votes, 10 votes. How many?
3 million.
3.7 million.
3.7.
Yes. So can you imagine if somebody has purposed that in every station we will make sure we add 10, 20, 10, 20, 10, 20, around there, across the board, across the country, across areas that are easier to do that. Don't you think that person will win? That's what precisely happens in Kenya, unfortunately.
It's the same thing that Kabogo. It's the same thing that Kabogo.
Yes?
Daddy, it's the same thing that Kabogo keeps on saying, and I don't know why Kenyans never understand. Kabogo never lost.
That is precisely what happens. That is precisely what happens in the Kenyan elections. You just, where you are most popular, you make sure you earn votes. And you don't even earn.
And that is why they brought. That is why they brought this schematic. What are they called? Something schematic, whatever. I don't even like to hear that name.
So what happens? There is then where they are the parties are competing, maybe 50-60, or no 40-60. You find what happens in some of those zones is the agents are bought out, okay? Because they are the ones who finally sign that these were the authentic results. You are paying money, you go away, you sign forms, Daddy, and you go away.
Daddy, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
The same question that I've had so many people ask me.
Yes.
Why do I need an agent if we already have an independent boundaries commission? I mean, someone who's supposed to do it. Why should I need an agent to do
precisely what? It is like AFC and Gor Mahia. You have a referee, but you have brought your own agents. What for? To man the same match. What for? They are just observers. And through their observation, they can take you to court. So basically, this issue, you can also imagine you are having a situation in a station where you have even 15 people vying for MCAs. You crowd a classroom with each MCA is having his 2 or I don't know how many agents. What will prevent people from stealing elections in such a crowded space? So, but nobody seems to want to confront this matter. I've not even seen the seriousness of even those who have perpetually lost because of some of these machinations. I have not seen them accept that we should put in the registration that no agents will be around in the station. Let IBC do its work. let us take them to court if the results do not reflect what the people want. Nobody. They want
Can you tell me if I'm wrong?
Meaning,
If I'm wrong,
meaning,
can you tell me
meaning,
if I'm wrong? If I'm wrong to think this way?
yeah.
Remember Mlolongo,
Yes.
where people would just line up.
You line up.
Wakununuliwe. What if we went back to Mlolongo system and then we just say hakuna mtu anafaa kuja hapo na pesa na hakuna mtu anafaa kununua mtu, and don't talk to anyone, piga kura uende?
No, that one will not work. It will not work. You know, the voting is a very complex matter. Assuming this way, my friend.
Why? We are supposed to vote. My vote is just my vote. I put it down and go.
You have eaten somebody's money. And it happens a lot. You have eaten somebody's money. But that in your heart of hearts, that's not the person you vote for. You understand? And it's not necessarily you have eaten that day of elections. You have been eating during campaigns. Lakini unajua huyu mtu mimi sitapigia yeye kura. That's why secret voting is very important. What you should say is this: how can we improve technology to make it almost impossible to steal? And more so, this issue of transmitting results from the rural to a center in an urban area, in between there is a problem. But when you have systems at every station that they do not know what happened in another area, theirs is just they give results in a manner that it is not tamperable. We won't get the right results. But as long as you have CGI PDF, CGI is converted to JPEG, CGI is what done what, CGI is, we have those problems. And by the way, stealing of elections happens at various levels. The first level is to try to discourage people from going to vote. That can be done and was done very well by Moi through inducing security issues, through intimidation, violence. So a whole section of people don't turn up to vote. Number two, it happens at the polling station where those employed by IBC, some of them are bribed to give more than 1 or 2 ballot papers or something like that. Then beyond there is also the issue of counting, where you shift votes of one candidate to another one because the agents of the opponent is not there. All those are systems of stealing elections. Then beyond there, the results that are announced were on transit from the station to the center. That is in Bomas. There is now the abracadabra of the Camagos of this world. So it's multiple. It's multiple, stages of stealing. It is very well defined.
Because, Daddy, this is what really hurts me a lot.
Yes.
We all know the numbers.
Yes.
We know who won and with what margin.
Yes.
And every time we ask people, and I keep on, and I know unajua hata kama niko nimekuja na jina ingine because I'm using my phone and nimekuja na jina ingine, but we know kabisa you know who won.
Yes.
And this is not the first time that imeturamba.
Na itaendelea.
Ilituramba 2007 Kibaki hata kajiapisha usiku.
And it is going to happen again and again. That's why you see there is no panic, whether there is performance or no performance. Those
but the problem that Sorry, Dad.
I engaged a young lady and gone to buy something from her shop. She disappointed because she's one of those who supported this government. Then I asked her what now is the way forward. Akaniambia, kutoa serikali ambayo ishaingia itakuwa ngumu, sasa itabidi tuvumilie miaka ingine 10.
But you see our constitution, unaona hapo ndo niko na shida mimi, hapo ndo niko na shida kubwa sana. Mi shida yangu hata si nini, si campaign, si kitu, si kudanganywa, tumetenga, tumefanya nini, tutafanya nini. Shida yangu haiko huko. Mimi shida yangu iko pale chini dad. Mimi shida tudanganywe. Shida yangu iko pale that 1 + 1 is 2. We know it.
But in politics,
so you're telling me, sorry?
Me, I've been involved a bit with grassroots politics. Not as a contestant, but
I don't care about politics, Dad. Daddy, I don't care about politics.
So what is 1 + 1?
2
in politics. 1 + 1 in politics.
We don't want to hear about this politics. This politics kaini nayo. Politics ni uongo, mnatudanganya, ni upuzi na ni ujinga na ni kitu hata itusaidii kwa maisha yetu. By the way, inatuharibia time, inatuharibia kila kitu because of politics, cause unaweza ongea kubwa na kutingisha mikono venye unaweza tingisha. Hatutaki kujua hiyo kitu.
Unajua hata kupiga kura ni politics.
No, we don't care at this point. Actually, kama politics inatusumbua, wacha ikae.
Sasa iko namna hii, and I can tell you for a fact, the next elections are going to be conducted differently, and Ruto is very clever. He knows he will not use the same map that used in 2022. That's why you can see is aggressively quoting Western Kenya.
We are going to jail Ruto. We don't care about him being in the next politics. He's a criminal. First of all, he's against the Constitution, Chapter 6.
Just wait. I am trying to tell you the roadmap that I can see being put right now. He knows he has been in politics for a long time, and there is no truthfulness in Kenyan politics. It's the tricks that you use. It's not even respect for the people, for the Kenyan people, or for the voters.
That's what I'm saying.
It is about
we are not going to do politics anymore.
It is about how cheeky, how cunning you can be. So he knows it may be difficult to go back to Geges in Central to tell them about bottom up. So the next elections I'm expecting will be about. Just wait. Can you wait just a second? I'm seeing it will be about his succession. He will be now baiting communities through his succession. And this is how it is going to be.
Umeenda mbali wewe. Sisi hatutaki hiyo kitu. Umeenda mbali. He's not going to finish 5 years.
Okay.
The thing is that we are done with the games.
Wacha ikae.
We're done with the kakasungura. Ama? Kakasungura. To hiyo kakasungura things we are done. Let's follow our constitution. Hii kitu kama mimi ni mjanja kukuliko na wewe ni mkubwa wangu. Sasa okay, nimekuja nimekutusi, nimefanya hivi na nikakimbia nikafanya hivi. Sasa now I'm good. Hutanichapa kiboko.
First of all, I think there's a lot of demystifying of the myths that should happen in the Kenyan politics. One of them is that there is a dominant community. There is none whatsoever. Okay. Number two is that's one thing that should be demystified. There is no dominant community in Kenya, and that's a fact.
And I can give you the numbers.
Number two, we have an entrenched system that has proved very difficult to dismantle. And that system was set up during Moi's and perhaps Kenyatta's time. It's a system. Those guys are a system, but there are those who are deeper in the system than others. I even don't know whether Uhuru understood the system. Because I don't think he was really entrenched in Kanu so much. But the system is an inner core.
So I know you like me. I mean, I know tunajuana. So let me ask you a question. Sasa mimi nikuje nidanganye watu hapo hivyo Nakuru hapo hivyo ama wherever you're living now. Na nini niwadanganye na kila kitu na niwaambie mimi ndio nimeshinda. Na mimi ndio nimeshinda. Mnafaa kukubali. Na mnajua kabisa mkiangalia na hivi chini nani alipigia ule kura, hakuna mtu. Nani alifanya hivi, hakuna mtu. Hakuna mtu anasema the same situation that we are in right now. Hakuna saizi. Niulize watu wangapi wenye wanakuambia ni watu kidogo sana wanasema oi the 3 million.
No, let me ask you Mkenya. Do you know how many Kenyans often ask, akiwa huyu mzee baba anasema anaibiwa, kwani yeye hawezi iba? Very many basic Kenyans.
But is that
common Kenyans.
integrity of what we want in our life, in our country or our lives?
Yes. Anasema anaibiwa kila wakati, kwa nini yeye hawezi iba? You know, that's the way it is actually. Kwa nini hawezi iba? Kwani yeye anaibiwa kila wakati? And you hear somebody who is running, who has gone to school, arguing that way. Mtu ambaye amesoma. By the way, those are not people who are idiots. There are people who have gone to school.
Daddy, there's a video. I don't know when you came in, because you know, sasa ni watu wanakuaga huko nyuma. When tulikuwa na Kinanjiru hapa hivi, there's a video that I was running of Osoro akisema kaa chini wewe ni kuongelesha alafu ni kulipe.
Aha. Now, if I know you are young, there was somebody called Asanyo. In Nakuru. He was doing those YK 92 politics. And that crop of people, that is the way they used to talk.
Njiru, ngoja dadi, ngoja kidogo. Njiru umefanya makosa. I don't have my rights to end the show. Anyone mwenye anatusikiza mwenye akona rights, I don't have. I'm using the phone. Ndio maana nimekuja na jina different. Njiru, please come back. Tell us to end the show because ukituacha hapa hivi na Mr. Guru, hakuna mtu wa ku-end show. I cannot end the show. I'm not at home. Na sina rights zangu. Bernard, Njiru, I don't know Njiru why you did that. Please come back so you can be able to end the show. Otherwise the show itabaki ikiwa ina run. So Njiru, please come back. Kama tunakubo utuambie sisi na dadi tutapigiana masimu huko tuonge kando, but we're trying to educate people. Please, anyone that has the rights, come in. Fatum, wherever you are, you can end the show. I don't have that button. I'm here as a normal person. Endelea, tuone kama watu watakuja kutufungia show kwa sababu tutabaki hapa na show na tutapotea tu.
So
anyway,
one of the statements those guys were making, and there was this man from Kisii or somewhere, they were saying we are going to pour money people have never seen, and they will vote for Kanu. So I'm not surprised. That is a kind of mentality, I think, but also it informs the underlying principle that as long as you have money, lots of it, you change the way people think. You pull the people on your side, and it has worked actually. It's not that it has not worked. And if that is the approach of politics in Kenya, then we are doomed. That's what you can see happened in Central. You just go there with money every other week, and people think you are the best person that ever happened, and that's it. That's why the people of the rights of Mother Karua cannot, with all their political principles, cannot get traction in the politics. So, my friend, we are far off. We are going a long way to change the kind of mentality that is there.
And I saw
And that is
something yesterday. I saw something
yes,
yesterday, Daddy, on that Madikoma, who was the one that was being buried.
Muhiko.
Madikoma Mohiko, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, I saw.
Muhiko.
I listened to that guy that was talking. I think he's a pastor, come politician.
Yes. JJ.
That's his name. Yeah.
Yes,
Because he was
JJ.
also talking to kina Wajakoya and whatever, and
Yes.
he was saying that he even called. I think in Central there's a. I didn't know that until today, until yesterday, when I was watching that. And because I understand Kikuyu very well,
What did
and
he say?
he was looking at he called one of the media people and said, "You're the only media
Oh,
persons that we agree. I mean, we agree. Sorry, agrees with us
yes.
on haya wengine
Yes.
nani amewaita hapa."
In fact, his argument was that the social media should be curtailed through use of registration
Thank
because
you.
the kind of freedoms that they have is too much. Is too much. That was his argument. But also, you
Yes.
notice that he is actually one of those who are deeply entrenched in the UDA campaigns, even purported to have gotten some money from the Gadi for that family. So you understand, that is the mentality. It's a mentality. It's a philosophy. And that's where we are. We are divided. There are those
And
who even
and,
right
and
inside the church, but they are more of a burden in terms of advancing the society of Kenya than anything else.
and the funny thing, the thing that caught me on that one was that he was double talking, because at one time he was asking Wajakoya to go represent Waimbaji,
No,
but on the other side he's also saying hatuwezi kuwa tunawekwa kwa social media.
No, it's just a complete. There are those people, by the way, unfortunately, let me say this, some of those so-called pastors, those are their hassles. Let me put it that way. That's where they earn. So for them, that is business. And that's it. That's where he gets his daily bread.
So for the first time, let me go on Ruto's side.
Yes.
How would you as a pastor, actually it's a bishop, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's a bishop. I think I heard him say as a bishop in Kikuyu.
He even said
But
he tried to get a parliamentary seat in Embakasi.
Embakasi, yes.
With the TNA.
Yes.
So there are these people who use their gap. They are given the nini of talking, that gift. So if you fail to become a politician, you just jump to become a bishop.
Uh-huh.
And there are many.
So he contravened himself in in a certain way that I was listening to it and I was like, what?
The reason is this. The reason is this. Look at what they're saying. The issue, the Wajakoya should fight for musicians so that they get more money, isn't it?
Yes.
Underlying the word money. Underlying the word money. Then he says the social media is having excessive freedom, and he also has a media platform which is beyond social media. That means a TV station, isn't it?
Oh, so you caught it. So even you caught it, eh? Purely
Yes. So him, perhaps even he is seeing that this social media is stealing business from them. So underlying the word money again, self-interest. This is a person who will not see anything wrong with what is happening, because perhaps of what they did and what he got from his principal during the campaigns, underlying the word money.
And you see, no, yes, I want you to say more because I want people to know this, because I saw that ilinisumbua akili mimi ikanisumbua because yes.
Do you know why he was? Do you know why he was bitter with the social media?
Na alisema sijakuja na bibi yangu sijui whatever. He was speaking in your lingo, which I really understand very well.
The bottom line
Biroka na mudhuri wa kwa sijui nini and all that.
The bottom line
watu endeni muandike hizo sasa. Hizo ndo mnaandikanga ndio.
The bottom line was that there was a young man who is a blogger who was very close to this musician. And when he died, he came out criticizing the other musicians for not supporting this colleague of theirs. Now he used very unpalatable and unprintable ones against all of them. And I think they felt ashamed. That's why you can see some of them now coming in strongly, because he actually, I don't know, it is still in the YouTube. There's a boy called Shake Shake. If you need, maybe somewhere in the YouTube, Shake. Aliwatusi sana, akasema huyu kijana alikuwa anaumia na ugonjwa. These people did not take interest in it. Now he is dead. They are putting his photos in their pages and their social media saying rest in peace, so that they can get traffic. You understand?